Good morning. It is Wednesday, April 5th. We're ready to begin the Montecito Planning Commission hearing of April 5th. First on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
David, can the roll call, please?
Sure. I believe next on the agenda is TV coverage announcement to be followed by roll call. First, the announcement. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20, and at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call, Commissioner Miller.
Present.
Commissioner Kupiak.
Present.
Commissioner Stahl.
Present.
And Chair Felice.
I'm here. Thank you.
And for the record, Commissioner Senauer is absent today.
All right. Shall we move forward? We have the projection report. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Looking at the status of the agenda, we have 4 items on the agenda. We're recommending that we continue the first item, which is a Brown Act teleconferencing, to the May hearing. So we will have a full quorum at that time and everybody can receive that information. Then in regards to the other items, we recommend that we take the beach house first and then we adjust the order of items 3 and 4 and have Coral Casino go before the Music Academy of the West. And staff's ready and prepared to present on all the items today.
Thank you.
And then looking at the projection report, Chair and Commissioners, our next scheduled hearing is April 19th. We recommend that the Commission cancel that hearing because that's during our budget workshops for the county, and there's scheduling conflicts with that day. So we'd recommend that that gets canceled, and then that would move our next hearing to May 17th. Currently, we have 3 items on the 17th: Clark Sound Wall, in addition, and then long range planning has a safety element update for the wildfire policies. And then moving into June, we have nothing projected for June at this time. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Okay, so I guess we have public comment if we do.
So just, I believe that our public speakers are here for items on the standard agenda. We do have 2 people on Zoom. So if either one of you would like to speak on any items not on today's agenda, raise your hand and I'll call on you. We do have one hand up. And that is Jason Yeager. So keep in mind, this is for items not on today's standard agenda.
Okay, this would be for the beach house. So I guess we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we'll get to that shortly. So we'll call on you for that item.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, that concludes, we have no more speakers for this item or for this portion.
Mr. Chair, I was wondering if I could ask for something to be agendized for a future meeting.
Go ahead.
I was wondering if we could, at a future meeting, have a presentation or understanding of when does public communication that comes to the office, when does it then get transferred on to us versus when does it kind of reside just at at staff level? And so not to discuss today, but as if that's something we could agendize as an explanation to the board in a future meeting.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, yes, I'll meet with the chair and Commissioner Miller to get more specifics on the information, and we can agendize it at a future meeting for that explanation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Planning Commissioners' informational reports. Is there anything else we have to say? You know, I think I'm remiss in not welcoming our latest commissioner and probably be one of the greatest ones.
Pretty high bar.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Sandy, it's really great to have you,
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Stoll. So moving on, minutes from February 15th. Do we need to approve these minutes? I assume, David?
Yes, so it does look like we have a quorum of members present here today.
Does anybody have any comments regarding the meeting, minutes? A quiet group this morning.
So just to clarify, this is for the minutes of February 15th, 2023.
Right, thank you for that. Okay, do we have a motion?
I move that we accept the minutes of the March 15th Montecito Planning Commission meeting.
We have a second?
A second.
Favor?
Aye.
Oops, are you gonna call a roll call?
We don't have to. I can if you'd like me to.
That's all right. I think we're good.
Just for the record, I believe that Commissioner Stahl would abstain.
Okay,
So the vote's 301.
thank you. Since she's here, our world famous planning director, give me a little bit of lead time here. All right, it's your show, director's report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Nice to see you all. Welcome to the commission. It's great to have you on board. Today I have a brief director's report. I wanted to update the commission on the county's housing element. We had that out for a 30-day public review in February. That public review period closed March 1st. During that process, a number of people came forward with sites that they wanted to volunteer to be part of the process, as well as we got public comment on the potential rezones and other policies and programs that were included in the draft. We had 10 days in theory as set by statute to respond. We don't formally respond to each comment like you would with an EIR, but we review the comments, categorize them, and then make changes to the document as necessary. And then we attach those comments with sort of a generalized response to the grouping of comments. And that's all been done. And that was submitted to the state on last Friday, on the 31st of March. So that's good news. The state now has 90 days to review the document and provide comments. We've had initial readings from the state that our approach that we've taken is favorable. So hopefully we'll be able to get through that process as quickly as possible. I should note for the Montecito Planning Commission that there were two employers that expressed interest during the public comment period in providing employee housing on their properties. And that was the Biltmore Hotel and the Miramar Hotel. So they are included in our housing element. They do not require a rezone to do that because they're already permitted to do it within the commercial visitor serving zone district that they have applied to both of their properties. There will be a program added to the, or has been added to the housing element that talks about addressing the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance and making adjustments in it to allow for that housing to move forward to help meet the RENA allocation. So that will come forward at some point. That's a new program added. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the housing element. I can pause there. I can see that the chair has a question.
Yes, I do. Do we have a opportunity at any time in this process to offer comments as regarding parking or capacity of the properties that already exist? These were pre-approved for what they now have on the property, and this is a change. So,
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, yes, they will be submitting applications and there will be a permit process and they will move forward in that manner. And so, depending on the level of change, it's likely that you will hear those items before you and you'll have an opportunity to comment on them. So they would be revision to their conditional use permits or their whatever and development plans that they have. So that would come forward.
so would you say that we should look forward to both those coming in front of us, and anything that comes before that, that it could possibly affect that allocation for housing as opposed to parking? We should keep that in mind.
Well, I think so far with allocations under the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. I don't think we've exceeded an allocation in decades. So, but both of these projects would exceed that allocation. And so there's already a provision in that ordinance that says it's to be updated to accommodate for housing units that are necessary to meet our RENA allocation. So we will have to amend that ordinance to make way for those two projects.
Okay, you want to say something? Go ahead.
For the Biltmore,
Can you speak into?
oh, sorry, for the Biltmore, what I saw was that at the Biltmore, they were planning to use the tennis court parking lot area. So doesn't that impact what we're looking at today? I mean, because if this is based on parking that is already existing and then it's going to go away, that's why I'm not having a.
So, yeah, the answer to that is you have an application in front of you today. We do not have an application in front of us in the department yet for the employee housing they want to construct. They will have to replace and meet their parking standards. They'll have to manage a way and figure out a way to do that, whether that is podium parking or some other factor, but it does not impact your decision today. You have a permit that's before you. And once we get an application in the future for this employee housing, we'll be assessing it and assessing whether or not it has an impact on their existing parking requirements. And then we will work with them to make sure that they meet those parking
But
requirements.
once we approve it as a conditional use permit, it's there, right?
That's
I mean,
correct.
So to
that's-
make a decision now based on what's already gone to the state, it just seems.
Yeah.
I'm just not clear on how we cannot consider that as potential impact.
So, yeah, through the chair, this, you don't have another application submitted, and we should probably reserve this question for when we get to the item and not in the
Okay.
director's report. But the reality is you only have one application to consider before you. This department hasn't seen any other applications. And so what you do is you look at the facts before you and you make a decision on those facts. When we get something else in, we will do the same thing. We will look at those facts. It would potentially revise a conditional use permit, and you would have to assess whether that was appropriate. But
Okay, so we have the discretion here to vote as we please with that knowledge.
correct.
Okay, that sounds good. Some of us will have a chance to vote, some of us won't. So moving on, you can continue.
So I also wanted to let you know that we took the work program for the Long Range Planning Division to the Board of Supervisors on the 21st of March. They approved that work program. Essentially, the work program is mostly focused on getting things that we're already engaged in completed. We have many programs that have been multi-year projects, and those are the things that we're going to be focusing on in this next calendar year. So they include obviously the housing element and the safety element. We did postpone work on short-term rentals in the coastal zone. That is not going to be worked on next year because we don't have the capacity to do it with all the requirements that we have to meet with the housing element. But that is something that is on the list and that will come back around when we get to the next fiscal year. So I also wanted to let the commission know that yesterday the board heard the Highway 101 segment 4 appeal, and the board ultimately decided to deny the appeal. They did make a change to one of the conditions requiring some additional landscape planting between the 101 and Jameson. And so that project is now complete and will be moving forward through Caltrans process. The permitting process is complete for us.
Are you okay? Got a comment or anything?
Yeah, I mean, I do have a comment, actually. It's almost, I mean, this has been discussed ad nauseum. I know that we've had conversations, with community members, certainly we've talked to our supervisor. I know that there is a document, a letter that exists somewhere in the ethers. I certainly have a copy of it, which kind of guarantees from Caltrans that nothing that they are doing will preclude the incorporation of sound walls should, after the Army Corps' process, change the flood zone requirements.
Yeah.
And we
So-
just kind of wanted to make sure that that was kind of an ironclad agreement.
Commissioner Kubiak through the chair. They did make that statement yesterday during the hearing that they weren't going to build the footings now, but they said there's plenty of space for them to install a sound wall if the new information comes back regarding the flooding maps alters the ability to install sound walls. So they did say the potential is there for future installation.
That is what I understand.
Commissioner?
My understanding is that when we had the presentation with us from Caltrans is that the footings were going to be installed and that it was the case that there was no above ground sound walls that were going to be built. And I understood that, but everything kind of undergrade was being installed. This seems like a bit of a change. Now, Director Plowman, I fully recognize this isn't you or your team or anything like this. This is Caltrans, but has the difference between these 2 points been discussed as to how it was presented to the MPC versus how it was presented to at the Board of Supervisors?
So Commissioner Miller through the chair, it was discussed that question was raised about whether or not the footings would be installed as part of the construction now. And that's when Caltrans made the clarification. And I think the chair maybe had a comment that might provide more information about this.
Well, also this went in front of the planning commission, the big planning commission,
Right.
not just junior planning here. Big brother. And that was discussed there, I believe. But in any event, we're not losing anything as far as future possibilities. Except there was one thing that I noticed was spoken yesterday was that we have a time frame after the permit's issued, only 6 months. So waiting on to allow for the new map to show up. And if the permit for the freeway gets brought on early and the mapping comes later, we could have a problem getting that approved. But it's something not to worry about at the moment. But there is issues that were unresolved, but it passed, and as you said, the appeal was denied. That's simply is what happened.
Right. And the timing of things is tied to the funding that they
Right.
have. Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any other comments? Sorry.
Mr. Chair, would it be possible to agendize at the appropriate time, flood control to come back in to present to us when the new flood map is complete?
For
Mr.
sure.
Wilson, I seem to be making your life hard this, sticking a bunch of future agenda items on, but I think that this future flood map is a point of real interest to, at least to this board, is my impression.
Yes. For certain. I think that shouldn't be a problem. I think the Public Works Director has already said he would. So Scott said he'll come back whenever we want him, which includes his minions. All right. Moving right along.
And there's just two other items I wanted to share is that the budget workshop item for this department will be heard on April 18th at the board. So if you have any interest, you can monitor that. And then we will be at the board with the wildfire protection aspect of the safety element on May 16th. That's going to be coming through to the Planning Commission. I think shortly, should be coming through to the Planning Commission shortly. I don't know the date on that, but that concludes my director's report.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, shall we start our standard agenda? Are we ready for that, David?
Yes, and I
Mr.
believe,
Villalobos?
yes,
All right.
so I believe no problem. So I believe that we are going to start with the Beach Cottage project, which is
We're being interrupting again.
so our new number one is the Beach Cottage project, which is the old number 3 on the agenda. So the following is the hearing on the request of owner Doug Tudor to consider case numbers 22 CDH 25 and 22 MOD 13, and to determine the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to sections 15301 and 15303 of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay. Do we have a staff report? Are we moving on, David? All right. Shall we let our fearless leader leave first? Okay.
Mr. Chair, before staff presentation, or we could do it after, would be the ex parte.
That's true. I'm sorry. Okay. So does anybody have something you would like to share?
I have no.
No ex parte? Marshall?
No ex parte.
Okay. All right. Moving right along.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Veronica King, and I will be presenting the proposal for the Beach Cottage LLC single-family dwelling and garage project. This is an aerial view of the proposed project site. The subject lot is located south of Highway 101 and west of Humphrey Road in the Montecito Community Plan area and within the Humphrey Road Historic District. The site shown here in red is 0.28 acres and is zoned 15R1. The lot is currently developed with a 1,518 square foot craftsman style single-family dwelling built in 1912 prior to requirements for building and zoning permits in Montecito. The project is a request for a coastal development permit and a setback modification. The CDP portion will allow the demolition of the existing SFD and the construction of a new 2-story SFD, a new detached 1-car garage, a hot tub, outdoor fireplace, patio, driveway, and rear deck. In order to avoid damage to native trees during the demolition and construction of the new residence, the single-car garage and 1 uncovered gravel parking space have been sited partially within the standard front yard setback of the lot. These 2 parking spaces are required to meet Article 2 parking standards for the R1 zone. Therefore, a modification to reduce the standard front yard setback from 20 feet to 16.5 feet from the edge of the right-of-way is proposed with the CDP. Additionally, a memo was circulated to include a new condition of approval and to revise the project description. In coordination with County Public Works Roads Division, staff has added a new condition requiring a road encroachment permit. to allow 2 new curb cuts for driveway access within the right-of-way. Separately, the applicant has revised the previously proposed structural slab foundation to a raised floor foundation with crawl space and flood vents, which results in a reduction of the cubic yards of grading. This change to incorporate a raised floor foundation adheres to the prior flood control condition letter. Here is the proposed site plan. The property is outlined in blue and the proposed SFD and garage are outlined in orange. There are 3 native trees on the property, 1 2-trunk sycamore and 2 oak trees highlighted here in green. The red line is the standard setback. The yellow line to the right shows the modified setback line with the garage and outdoor parking encroaching approximately 320 square feet into the standard front yard setback. One of the oak trees is located in the front yard along the northern property line and the other within a shared easement in the rear yard. The sycamore is growing in the front yard adjacent to the existing residence. As discussed on the previous slide, the project has been designed to preserve these trees to the maximum extent feasible. Here are the proposed elevations. The maximum height of the single-family dwelling is 27 feet 11 inches, below the 28-foot height limit for structures with a roof pitch of 4 and 12 or greater. As you can see, there is mature existing vegetation on the site to screen the house. Here are some photos. The photos on the left and right show different views of the front yard and 2-trunk sycamore tree. The photo in the middle shows the street view looking west from Humphrey Road. The project underwent design review for the CDP and requested modification. On January 26, 2023, the MBAR granted preliminary approval of the project and made the finding that the requested modification to reduce the front setback is minor in nature and will result in a better site design and greater resource protection than the project without the modification. The project is consistent with all applicable Article 2 zoning requirements. The CDP is consistent with the purpose and intent of the R1 zone and with height and setback requirements with approval of the modification for the front setback reduction. The reduction of a front setback from 20 feet to 16.5 feet is allowable in the zone district, so long as the encroachment does not exceed 20% of the standard setback area. In this case, the garage and uncovered parking will total 13% of the front yard setback. The project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the coastal land use plan and the Montecito community plan. Specifically, the project is consistent with policies related to adequate services, visual resources, native tree protection, and stormwater runoff. Additionally, a historic report found that the project does not have the potential to affect historic resources. The proposed project can be found exempt from environmental review pursuant to sections 15301 and 15303. Section 15301 exempts the demolition of single-family residences, and section 15303 exempts the construction of single-family residences and garages, which together cover the scope of the proposed project. Staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for approval of the project, determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and grant approval of the project subject to the conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Anyone? Questions?
I'm all set.
I have a question. Did MBAR discuss the distance before the second story to the nearest neighbor? Was that brought up? I noticed that there's a house behind the property.
Sorry, Chair
It's
Shaky,
okay.
please. Can you repeat that?
No, I just said, I noticed there's a house behind the existing structure, and that the 2-story new construction, might present issues. I just wonder if that was discussed at the MBAR.
Yes, they did discuss the second story. They pushed it back a bit and pulled it in. And also there was only one member that expressed genuine concerns with the second story, and the project did receive preliminary approval. So Yeah, was approved.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any comments? Or any questions? You got off easy, just got one question.
There's no encroachment on the rear yard setback. This is the full rear yard setback that's required.
Commissioner Kupiec, do you mean that the second story isn't encroaching on
No,
the?
the building in general does not.
Oh, no,
encroach
no.
upon
I mean, the rear deck
setback.
is, but that's allowable by the ordinance. Yeah.
Okay, do we go to speakers or what do we do here, David?
Yes, if the commission is finished with all their questions, we go to public comment. I believe that we have a slip.
Yes,
From person, we do have some on Zoom as well.
yeah,
Mr. Chair.
yes.
Sorry. It's been a while for David and I. We're struggling in our,
This is a long drive this morning. I
it was a long drive. I think the applicant may have a presentation.
Oh, well, speak of the devil here.
So,
Sorry.
and if they don't have a presentation, the applicant can make a
Yes.
statement and then go to public comment.
Yes, the applicants are here and they would like to speak, please. You care to? Come right ahead. Sorry for inappropriately skipping you. I didn't mean to.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you. Veronica, are you able to pull up the just the plans that we submitted for this, I guess? Did you have those? It's a PDF. Yeah. Yeah, yes. Yes, that's it. The plans, I think we'll start with those. No. Okay.
Are there any of these that we've seen already that might aid you? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I can use this. I think we just, we've did a lot. We spent 6 months with MBAR, working through this 4 visits. So there's a lot of documentation that I think relates to your question.
Okay.
Commissioner Kupiec's question about the second story. So there's an existing single story house that does encroach 10'8" into the rear yard setback. And because this is in a flood zone, there's limitations into how much you can improve your house before you have to comply. The current house does not comply with flood elevations. We started with the approach to modify the existing house in a way that would meet the new owner's needs. And it's a relatively modest proposal, but with the existing house being small and significantly under the allowable square footage and having 10'8" of the rear portion that was non-conforming and most likely done without permit, it really limited what we could modify with the existing structure. And so we looked at a new house, and one of the most important aspects of this property is this giant sycamore in the front yard. It's massive and it's beautiful, and it really defines the character of the property and really has a significant impact on the character of the neighborhood from Humphrey Road. So this design proposal carefully considered that as an important feature of the property. And, we're kind of stuck between the rear yard setback and the constraints of this front yard tree. And that really defined the envelope for this house. And the second story was one of the options we considered. We also considered kind of an L-shaped single story, which it was a really tight squeeze, and you end up with 107 feet of linear structure along the north property line. So there's pros and cons to the different proposals. The second story proposal it's three small bedrooms, very, very small. It's 708 feet, the second story. And in the considerations with concerned neighbors, we reduced the the second story windows significantly. There's not an attempt to get views from the second story. It's just light and air. It's minimal. There's no common areas up there. It's small bedrooms. So I think we've scaled back on those as much as reasonably possible. We've also offset the second story 3 feet in from the first story. So while the first story complies with the setbacks, the second story then further steps in to reduce that massing. And then generally that's the concept. From the garage up to the front, the garage starts at a single story at street level. There's some decks that face the front yard, which is the property. That is the experience of the property. And then the main living area does not abut neighboring properties, and that is a single story with a tall roof. So the second story is pushed back and pulled in. And this was done with, feedback from MBAR, revisions, communication between the owner and the neighbors. We know that there's a general dislike, I think, of a second story in a neighborhood. There is a second story adjacent to this property. It's the lower right outline that's gray on the screen is a 2-story building at the height limit that we are proposing. So it's in context with the neighborhood. We've done studies to document the other 2-story structures that are in the neighborhood. Most of them are newer, done in the last 10 to 15 years. And some of those do have a look of more of a suburban look. We were really wanted to avoid that. And, the zoning, a 2-car garage with a 20-foot wide driveway really changes the look of this property. And it just doesn't fit with the mature trees that are there. The existing house has no driveway or parking. It had 1 parking in the side yard setback. So we've worked with that existing, but made it conforming by getting it out of the side yard, and 1 small garage with the narrowest possible driveway. So the concept is really to maintain the charm of this neighborhood, the charm of this natural setting. The new house does, a new house has new requirements, and some of those are related to what you do with runoff from your hardscape, from your roofs. So we came up, again, we can't propose structures within the tree envelope. So there's a concept here where there's a deck that becomes our storm drain basin. It's a gravel basin and it collects all our stormwater. So I think that was a creative way to use space and also collect runoff. And so I think that's an improvement to the site versus what's there now, because there's currently no measures in place for stormwater control. We did do story polls and site visits, full story polls. There's to study the visibility. There is, it is visible. You can see a second story, but it is zoned for a second story. It is a dense neighborhood. There is a significant setback from the second story to the other structures. I think the neighbor to the west, the second story will be set back approximately 50 feet from that structure. So that exceeds, a typical setback in a neighborhood with this density. The neighbor to the northwest, 43'6", or at plus so 46'6" to the northwest. The neighbor to the north, 53'2" to that, and the neighbor to the south, 26'6". So there's a typical side yard setback on a lot like this is based on 10% of the width. So a 60-foot wide lot might have a 6-foot setback. That's the required setback would be 12 feet between those 2 structures on adjacent properties. So we're very much exceeding those setbacks. There's this, I think the neighbor to the south is the most concerned, most vocally concerned. And that there's a mature hedge. It's thin, but it's tall. A thin, tall hedge is a beautiful thing because provides a screening that doesn't take up a lot of space. The landscape architect has some techniques to bolster the density of that by pruning the top. It's currently taller than 28 feet. So there's you can see there are some pictures. I don't know if you've had a chance to see the site story pole photos and the site photos. The neighbors to the rear of the lot, it's a kind of a flag lot. There's a mature oak in the northwest corner, mature hedging, and the landscape plan includes additional supplementation to that hedging of the same material. It's a Eugenia hedge. There is a 10-foot fence in place already between the rear yard, and through negotiations and conversations with the neighbors, they've requested 8-foot fences on the side yards, and the owner, Doug and Christina Tudor, have agreed to that, and those are included in the proposal. Our floor area ratio is 9% over the recommended, which the neighborhood study shows is in conformance with the development in the neighborhood. And I think that covers it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the? Nope. Looks like you're doing good so far.
Okay.
How long have you been on this project?
We've been working on it for about a year and a half.
Okay. And you hope to get back to MBAR soon?
Yes, the next step would be, upon planning
your
commission
official
approval, would be to get final MBAR and onto building permits. So, we haven't taken the structural engineering full course, pending decisions.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So should we go to other speakers, David, now, or? All right, so Beach Cottage, Harry Rabin. Assume this is the brother of Neil Rabin?
Yes, that's
Okay.
how I'm known, yeah, the
Alright.
brother of my younger brother.
So you have 3 minutes if you would, hopefully that will take care of your comments, but you
Okay,
probably
sure.
could do longer, but we'll try to hold it to 3.
Okay, well, my wife is here too, so she can, and there's other speakers too that'll carry on what I'm missing, but
Okay.
I want to thank the commission and commissioners for allowing this forum. I think, I rely on the Montecito Planning Commission, to preserve the quality of Montecito where I've lived for over 30 years. And this development does not meet that criteria. This is a neighborhood that it's a quiet neighborhood. Everybody has respect for each other, their privacy and their property. And this proposed development will peer down on us from both the first and second floors due to its excessive height. And I say excessive height because it's in a flood zone, and now the requirement is boost everything up 4 feet. So I'm gonna have an almost 30-foot, 28-foot building staring down on my property, my yard, my home, blocking and obstructing the only view I have had of mountains, to be in a shadow and also have light emission from that building. They said they were going to cut down the amount of windows on the second floor and the first floor. All I ever saw was the second floor, it was cut down, but an 8-foot wall is going to do nothing. The Eugenia hedge they talk about, they haven't done anything about it for a year and a half. It's dying in spots. You can completely see this house as it stands today. With the second story, I'm looking at a 28-foot wall here, right down on top of us. And that is not protecting my privacy and the quality of living in Montecito. It's boxing me in. It's boxing my family in, And I don't appreciate that idea of a second story. I've talked to the owner, I've tried to reason with them, do something in an L shape. There has to be some give and take and some compromise. And an L shape is not a ridiculous request to lose a little bit of their deck and keep it at that height, which is already 4 feet higher than it is today. And I would not fight that at all. I would be in favor of what they are doing. And to me, that's a simple compromise and a reasonable solution for these part-time residential VRBO investors with this property. You know, there's room to build it. And as far as that Eugenia, that's 28 feet high, I didn't ask for that to be put in. I don't know if permits are required to put that in. It's ridiculously high. It drops a ton of debris along my driveway and my yard, purple staining debris, and I have put up with that. But this is not maintaining the quality of living in Montecito, which is already under assault for massive building. And when you call this a cottage and it's 3,000 square foot residence, that's far bigger than my house. It is not a cottage. That is not something minor. And does compliance override what is reasonable and considerate of your neighbors? I don't think so. And I'm depending on all of you who make this decision to reason with these people to keep it at 1 story. The previous
You could wrap it
hearings-
up, be good.
That's it.
Oh, you can-
12
you can-
seconds. Okay.
No, you got a few seconds. Go
Okay,
ahead.
this is not something to get used to, which is what the other commission said to us. It is not something to get used to. We need quality of living here, and this is violating our quality of life. So I ask you again to consider, and my neighbor to consider making this a 1-story dwelling.
Thank you. You know, all I have here is,
We do have a couple of speakers on Zoom.
oh, okay, that's where it's at. Sorry. Okay. Go
All
right
right,
ahead.
our next speaker will be Jason Yeager, to be followed by Harry Raven.
Hi, Commissioners. This is Jason Yeager. Thank you for letting me speak today. I own the property along with my family, which is my wife and 3 kids. We're on the west side, so we're tucked away kind of by the creek. And I really appreciate the Commissioner's concern about myself as a neighbor, about how we feel as a single story with this 28-foot proposed second story looking down on us. And to be honest, we completely do not support that second story, how it kind of has a guard tower feel looking down on our property, our backyard, where our children play. And like Mr. Raven said, it's not in conformity with our neighborhood, which is primarily single story homes. So I don't support the project for the following reasons. The height being 28 feet, I mean, that is so tall. When you look at the north and west elevations on the plan, it just peers down on it. And the second reason I don't support it is the privacy with landscaping. When we're talking about Eugenias being planted that could take 15 to 20 years to grow, 15 or so feet. It's still going to have this massive deficiency where the 28-foot, I call it the guard tower, looking down on our property. And third, I do think you guys, as the Montecito Planning Association, should consider a full CEQA report for the environmental impacts. I think that the bulk and scale of this project and the height, it warrants that. And so my conclusion is, where's the consideration for the neighbors? We've been very vocal with the tutors. We've expressed our concern, and we really don't see any changes or consideration. I mean, there's been a lot of talk, but there hasn't been action. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you. One more speaker there.
Harry Raven, did you wish to speak on this? I didn't see your hand up. And if there's anyone else who wishes to speak, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you next.
No? She doesn't.
So again, if you wish to speak on this item, raise your hand and I'll call on you. Mr. Raven, if you wanted to speak, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay. No further speakers, then should we go to discussion deliberation here? Oh, perfect. Do we have a rebuttal? Anything that was said?
I thought it might be helpful if you could pull up that site aerial photo view. Because I think it may. Not sure if that's probably zoomed out. Are you able to open the story pole photo file?
I have a question for you while you're standing up there now, waiting on that Zoom here. The zoning for two-story, that's the whole subdivision, not just your place, right?
Yes, that's the neighborhood
And-
zoning designation.
Okay. No matter what size the lot is, it's,
That's correct.
okay. Go ahead.
Did you do it?
Get it.
Is there a neighborhood compatibility?
Yes, there is. There's neighborhood study showing the FARs and also a photographic study documenting the other two-story residences.
Right.
And so those were included in the submittal documents. And I do want to say these concerns were addressed through the MBAR process. We were there for 4 visits and we showed alternate studies. And I know the second story didn't go away, but there were significant compromises made in the design being proposed. And we feel that there is ample screening on the rear lot. There's very mature oak trees. There's a kind of a utility enclosure between the rear neighbor and the house with 10-foot fences, and then their parking area and garage. And I'm sure that is a very private area, but it is their front yard. Their backyard is significantly larger than their front yard. And as you see, the constraints on this particular property, we really have constraints that dictate where the house can be and what we have to work with. And we've done a good job to maintain that character of beach cottage, and there's also the character from the street in this neighborhood, which is a historic district, and we took that as a very important concept in the development of this. Is what does this appear like from the street level of this kind of charming, whimsical beach cottage neighborhood?
Danny, I don't have the exact number in my head, but we have, I should have said this in our ex parte. I mean, I've certainly driven down Humphrey Road to take a look. Do you offhandedly remember how many 2-story houses are on that stretch of the street?
I think there was 4 or 5.
Chair and commissioners, we're currently locating a presentation that has the story poles. So if the commissioners would like to take a couple-minute break, or if you have other questions, we are going to be putting up that slide showing the story poles.
When you went before MBAR, did they discuss the sunshine ordinance?
The
Is part of
sun,
the sunshine element? I don't.
yeah, I mean, we are north. There is the house north of us, which would be most affected by a sun study. We did conduct sun studies. So the house to the south of us, property to the south is not affected from the sun shadows. And the property to the west, would be affected by early morning sun. But again, there's very mature, tall trees. The house is surrounded by trees on all sides that are taller than the house is. So in terms of the effect of the sun shadows, it's not going to be significantly different than the trees that are there now. visibility wise, you can see a second story through trees. I mean, it's not going to be invisible, but it is very well nestled into mature trees.
So the MBAR didn't have any issue with that for the neighbors?
No, they did not.
Okay, how are we doing?
It's in the set, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we had submitted a folder called story pole photos, so. This is what was submitted to print out, but I'm not sure if that's allowed to be distributed.
David, did you send it? You didn't send that out to us, right? I don't see it anywhere. Okay, did you receive it recently or what are we working with here?
Okay, so
Not for this
Sorry.
hearing, no.
yeah, so we don't have it available right now. So if I think if the applicant wants to continue to keep. Sure.
All right.
1 second.
Am I able to hand a physical copy
Yes,
that,
I think that's appropriate.
and you can,
Chair, can we take a couple minute break?
Sure.
There's a
Let's take a 5-minute break. Thanks. Guess we're back. Okay,
Mr. Chair, if I could, I just wanted to just jump in real quick. So staff has something that they just wanted to reiterate real quick. So Ms. King is going to just jump into that real quick.
okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, staff wants to reiterate that the project was reviewed by MBAR and received preliminary approval. It meets all code requirements, including those related to height and setbacks, with approval of the modification. The zone district allows for a second story, and MBAR supported this design given the site's constraints, including the existing native trees.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, Mr. Architect.
Thank you. On the screen, you can see some of the photos we put together from the story pole site visit. The first one here shows the thin Eugenia hedge on the south side of the property. The flags that you see represent the building outline at the 28-foot height, and you can see that the height of the hedge is greater than the height of the proposed building. So if you can just kind of scroll through from the beginning, I don't know who has control of those. Great. So this is from the street frontage. You can kind of see the flags in the background. There's two big mature camphor trees right on the street. Those will stay. Next. This is inside the gates. You can see the outline of the 2 stories in the background. Next, please. This is kind of taken from the north and east, where there is visibility from the street. But again, you can kind of see the mature trees that surround those story poles. It's pretty well nestled in there. Next, please. Again, from the street, looking from the northeast, this is one of the places that you can see the story poles from the street. So that's why we took a picture. Next, please. This is the photo we started with, showing the south property line. Next. This is just a zoomed in photo from the street. Next. And this is within the property. This is showing the tallest point that faces the south property line. You can see the height of the landscape, existing trees around that.
That's pretty good.
Next, please. This is from the driveway of the neighbor to the south, kind of showing the proximity of that Eugenia hedge to the 2-story element there with the story poles, the flags. Next. That's it. So that's it. I just thought it'd be helpful for you to see those.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Staff, anything else you want to say?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. So, have we finished? We finished speakers. So I guess we're
Test 1, 2.
Great. What was that? Mr. Marshall?
I am sympathetic to the concerns of the neighbors. However, I think that my position on this is to provide deference to MBAR and their recommendation. That if I were on MBAR, I would be potentially taking a different position. But if MBAR has given this preliminary approval and it is fully in compliance, then my thoughts on this topic are to respect MBAR's decision.
Yeah, I mean, I do, I am sympathetic. I think, the greenest building that you can build is the one that's already existing. However, we understand how real estate works in Montecito. It's difficult just based on land values not to begin to develop parcels more aggressively. Also it's difficult to deny this particular applicant the same rights that other people have already exercised in the neighborhood. So I agree with Marshall that, I think I am inclined to agree with MBAR's decision.
Thank you. Ms. Stahl?
I completely agree with the two other commissioners. I feel very sorry for the neighborhood, but if MBAR approved it, I feel like that's really their job to do, and I would have to go along with their decision.
Thank you. All I could add to that is that we are bound by certain rules and height restrictions, if there are any. And unfortunately, the flood control design for foundations is a major factor, which causes great disappointment. I think that at some point we won't be living with that condition, but while we are, we have to respect the fact that we have to get these houses elevated. There's just nothing we can do about it. And we could cause an exception here, but I think that there's this house, this design fulfills the requirements. And despite the fact that my heart's in the neighborhood, I cannot deny this applicant's right to build under these conditions. Okay, Michelle, we talk about voting here now, David?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we would ask for a motion. Chair could ask for a motion. Staff present. We're rusty. I get that.
It's contagious. All right, so can we have a motion that
there was a motion or recommended action provided in the memo dated March 31st. If the commission would like to refer to that memo.
I move to make the motion that is provided in the memo as outlined by Mr. Wilson.
Okay,
I would
Good.
second that motion.
all right, it's been seconded. Shall we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Miller? Aye. Commissioner Kupiec?
Aye.
Commissioner Stahl? Chair Palice?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. All right. We move on to the Coral Casino, please. And wait for our staff to get situated. Right.
Yeah. I'm ready for this.
Okay, here we go.
The following is a hearing on the request of Steve Walton, Susan Elge Planning and Permitting Services, Inc., agent for 1260 BB Property LLC, to consider case number 20 AMD 5 and 22 CDP 79, and to accept the addendum to Environmental Impact Report 04 EIR 6 pursuant to section 15164 of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
One moment before we start. I want to now, so I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion and this voting. I'm not leaving the room, but I'm going to turn the meeting over to our vice chair, and we'll let Mr. Marshall be in charge. Let him get used to it. Okay, here we go.
Well, thank you, Chair Palice. No one particularly enjoys middle relief pitching, but we'll see how this goes. We have read into the record matter. And so now we need to turn to ex parte communications. And am I correct that Chair Police is not needed to do ex parte, being excused? Is that correct?
Chair Marshall, if I may throw you a curveball right at the bat here. I just wanted to clarify for the record that Commissioner Police was not identifying a financial conflict of interest for the purposes of recusal. I just wanted to make that clear for the record, and he will not be participating in the discussion, so he doesn't need to identify ex parte.
Well, Commissioner Kubiak, can I ask you for any ex parte?
Yeah, I have no specific ex parte other than years of people asking us questions about both the Coral Casino and the Biltmore. I can't even remember how many local residents have come up to me to ask questions.
I have reached out to many of the people who wrote letters, both in favor and against this project, and I'm happy to provide a list if that's needed. But it was really confined to the people who sent in correspondence.
I have been approached by a series of members of the Coral Casino to discuss the matter. I've discussed the matter with Dr. David Loya, with Benjamin Sprague, with William McFadden, and I have spoken with some of the consultants for the Coral Casino organization. So, with that, I should say one disclosure item. I am, well, not a member of the Coral Casino. I am a member of another club owned by Ty Warner. I went through the conflict review. I do not have an equity stake in the club. It's more like how a gym membership works. And upon review, have and with advice from others, have come to the conclusion that I am not conflicted on this topic.
I'm in the same position as Mr. Miller, where I'm a member at the Montecito Club and have no equity interest in that or the Coral Casino.
So with that, if we could turn to the staff presentation.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Aaliyah Vosberg, and I'll be presenting the proposed Coral Casino Amendment Project, which is case numbers 22 AMD 5 and 22 CDP 79. So this application involves the existing Biltmore Resort Hotel and existing Coral Casino Beach and Cabana Club, which is a private recreational facility affiliated with the Biltmore, and which includes pools, cabanas, a cafe, a restaurant, fitness rooms, and other incidental uses. The Biltmore was originally constructed in 1927, prior to the establishment of Montecito zoning regulations. And the Coral Casino was originally constructed in 1937 with the approval of the Planning Commission under a conditional use permit number 37 CP1. Since their establishment, various subsequent permits have been approved over the years, which have allowed improvements and expansions of the facilities. And the Biltmore Hotel and Coral Casino are currently operated in accordance with the revised development plan number 03 DVP2. Next slide. So this slide shows a vicinity map of the project site with the Biltmore and Coral Casino property outlined in white. And this property consists of 4 parcels that are situated between Highway 101 to the north, the Pacific Ocean to the south. And the property is zoned resort, visitor serving commercial. It's surrounded to the east, north, and west by residential zones and bounded on the north by the Southern Pacific Railroad. Of the 4 parcels that make up the property, the northwestern parcel is used solely for parking. The northeastern parcel includes parking and tennis courts. And the central parcel includes the Biltmore Hotel Complex. And then finally, the southern parcel includes the Coral Casino facilities. So the project before you today is a request for an amendment of the Operating Development Plan 03 DVP2. The code allows for changes to an approved development plan through an amendment when findings required for original approval of the development plan remain valid to accommodate the proposed change, and the environmental impacts associated with the change are substantially the same or less than those identified during the processing of the original development plan. Next slide. So specifically, the proposed project is a request for an amendment of the approved development plan to modify existing conditions numbers 3 and 22. Condition number 22 would be modified to allow limited public use of the existing second floor Coral Casino restaurant, to reduce the Coral Casino monthly membership allowance for members of reciprocal clubs, to eliminate the Coral Casino seasonal membership allowance for Biltmore hotel guests, and to further limit use of the Coral Casino facilities outside of the restaurant to Coral Casino club members and club member guests only. Additionally, the condition number 3 will be modified to reduce the maximum number of permitted Biltmore hotel guest rooms or keys from 229 to 192. So with regards to traffic and parking, Associated Transportation Engineers, or ATE, prepared an updated traffic, parking, and VMT analysis. And this analysis evaluated the changes in traffic and parking resulting from the proposed amendment. The ATE report is discussed in detail in the staff report and included as attachment to the staff report. But in summary, while the proposed public use of the Coral Casino restaurant would generate new vehicle trips and parking demand, the proposed reduction in Biltmore hotel keys would more than offset those increases. Therefore, the result of the proposed amendment is a net reduction in average daily vehicle trips and peak hour trips, and a net reduction in parking demand. And the traffic and parking ATE report was peer reviewed by Stantec and independently reviewed by our County Transportation Division. Next slide. So with policy consistency, as discussed in detail in the staff report, the project is consistent with all applicable standards of Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance, including allowed uses within the CV Resort Visitor Serving Commercial Zone District. The project is also consistent with all applicable policies of the Comprehensive Plan, Coastal Land Use Plan, and Montecito Community Plan, including policies pertaining to adequate services, land use compatibility, and coastal access. So for environmental review, a previously certified EIR 04 EIR 6 was prepared for the development plan, and in accordance with CEQA guidelines section 15164, an addendum to the previously certified EIR has been prepared to analyze the proposed development plan amendment. The addendum is included as attachment C to the staff memo. And as discussed in the addendum, the proposed amendment will not result in any new significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified significant effects. Additionally, all mitigation measures identified in the previously certified EIR and adopted as conditions on the development plan will remain in place and unchanged by the proposed amendment. Next slide. So in summary, the proposed amendment will make no change to the maximum allowed restaurant seats or hours of operation. The maximum allowed restaurant seats is established by existing development plan condition number 62, and that condition will remain unchanged by the proposed amendment. The amendment would change only the type of patron that is allowed access to the existing restaurant seats. The amendment will also reduce the maximum allowed hotel keys and result in a net reduction in traffic and parking demand. The amendment does not involve any new structural development, and no additional services or access will be required. And finally, all existing development plan conditions and requirements remain applicable and in place. So with that, staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for approval of the proposed project as specified in attachment A of the staff memo and attachment A2 of the staff report, including CEQA findings, to approve the addendum to 04 EIR 6 as provided in attachment C to the staff memo pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15164, And finally, approve the proposed project, case number 22 AMD 5 and 22 CDP 79, subject to the conditions of approval that are included as attachment B to the staff memo. And that concludes my presentation. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So now we are at the point where we have commission questions for staff. Start with you, Commissioner Kubiak.
Clear about in terms of just how site operations work there right now. Are all the kitchen operations that support the Coral Casino on site at the Coral Casino? Coral Casino does not rely on any spaces at the Biltmore to support their operation?
I think we would have to defer to the applicant to specify. There is a condition letter from EHS, but my understanding is the Coral Casino restaurant kitchen is on the Coral Casino property and it's not on Biltmore property.
When going through this, I have a couple of questions about the area below Tides that's called the ballroom, I think. I'm not sure what its formal title is, but in the materials we were given, it just says that that can be for occasional use. And I know I've attended dozens and dozens of nonprofit events there. And I believe the restrooms for that area are located inside the club. We weren't able to be inside the club for our site visit. So how has that been addressed at all?
Yes, Commissioner, through the chair. So the proposed amendment doesn't make any proposed changes to the ballroom. It's limited to just the condition revolving around use of the restaurant. So the amendment doesn't address ballroom use or restrooms associated with the ballroom. Does that answer your question?
Well, not really, because if access to the club itself is now limited to just club members, then what happens when you have an event in that ballroom area and the people come and go in order to access the restrooms there and then decide to, walk around? I mean, I'm addressing some of the concerns of the people that I've spoken with.
Oops. I think we would defer to the applicant about use of the ballroom and restrooms. But I will just say that the existing condition allows like events use by the hotel owner or by the facility owner, and that's not changing by the proposed project or proposed amendment.
Okay, I just see a little bit of a conflict. So I had a couple other questions. One of the people who wrote in with a letter about this project mentioned to me that the only handicapped access is currently through the club to get to Tides and where there's an elevator. And he said that more often than not, the elevator is not working. And he's in a wheelchair, so he has no other way to get up there. So I'm just wondering if that's something that could be addressed by the applicant.
Thank you for the question. Commissioner, I think, again, we would defer to the applicant about how they are operationally would be addressing access to the different uses. With regards to the elevator or ADA access, if there is a concern about a violation, that would be that can be submitted to the building and safety department, and the building and safety enforcement staff would look into it at that point.
Okay, and in your materials, they're saying that even though the Tides is for the members first and the public second, there's only 34 seats in the restaurant reserved for club members and 265 available to the public. And I'm just wondering how they came up with those numbers.
Commissioner, so I think first to clarify, the 265 is not 265 seats, it's 265 members of the public per day. So in a restaurant a specific seat is occupied multiple times a day by different uses. So when we're talking about the I think it's 34 specific restaurant seats reserved only for club members, those are physical seats. And then the 265 number is regarding the amount of members of the public that can reserve a table or a seat at the restaurant per day. Hopefully that clarifies things and didn't make it
Well,
more
I mean,
confusing,
if that means that the hotel guests are coming over there, it just seems a little off kilter to, you know, the deference to club members.
So I think as the conditions written, the club members are not required to make a reservation. Obviously, they can certainly elect to, but I think that's something that the applicant, again, we would have to defer to operationally. But for the way that the condition is written, it is giving priority to club members, and the members of the public that would use the restaurant would only be able to use the restaurant by reservation.
Okay, and the last question I have about the restaurant and everything, is there anything that confirms that the downstairs restaurant that has replaced Tides and is downstairs by the pool, that he's going to continue to have that in perpetuity as a restaurant for the club members?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's not part of the scope of the amendment.
Because if that was to go away, then, and everybody had to go up to the restaurant, that's, you know, that's just a concern of people that I've spoken to and discussing, you know, because there's no other like casual dining there, so.
Hi, commissioners. I think you would have to ask the app if you have questions. I mean, we brought forth a project with a specific scope to amend conditions related to the Coral Casino. We are not prepared, I'm sorry, to answer anything else about other restaurants because that's just not something they submitted to us.
That is the Coral Casino.
The Tides restaurant?
No, well, the restaurant below is part of the Coral Casino.
Okay, and what is your question exactly? If they're
My question is that currently the restaurant that's used by the club members for more casual dining is the restaurant that replaced the Raft, which was there for decades. And now it's a informal restaurant that's right by the pool. And so my question is, if he's putting all this money into a chef and everything else for Tides, is there anything that compels the applicant to commit to retaining that downstairs casual dining as opposed to having the upstairs Tides as the only restaurant?
Currently, there's nothing in the condition that compels them to maintain a certain type of dining establishment. So if you're interested in what their plans are for the future of that area, I think we would defer to the applicant when they speak.
Okay, well, I'm speaking on behalf of.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you know what?
Yes, Commissioner Kubiak, I have that. Just give me one moment. I believe it's, I'm going to try and do this off the top of my head while I search. I believe the restaurant capacity condition with regards to seating says it's 92, a maximum of 92 indoor seats. Here we go. The restaurant seating shall not exceed 97 indoor seats at any given time and 113 during peak events. And then the outdoor dining area shall not exceed 62 seats associated with restaurant service.
Thank you.
I'm curious if you could provide a little context for the reduction in 38 keys. I understand the hotel is currently a zero key operation this moment, but were these rooms that were in existence or were just, you know, allowed under a permit for future development? And if they were in existence, where are they being removed from?
Thank you, Commissioner Pulice, or sorry.
No, I'm sitting in this chair. I'd make the same mistake. Yeah.
So with regards to the hotel rooms, there are within the within the condition, there's a maximum number that is allowed, and that number is 229 currently. And right now, the existing number maximum feasible or achievable rooms right now, I believe we can again confirm with the applicant, but I believe it's 215. So they are proposing a reduction with the condition in the maximum allowed, and that reduction would also mean some, but not all, of those 229 allowed would also be removed, and they would accomplish that by internal modifications only. That's specified in the project description, but basically meaning combining adjacent rooms.
So, and I understand traffic studies and those sorts of things are done with a paper map, but how many, if one was kind of ground truthing this, how many actual rooms are being eliminated? If we were to, how many kind of cars that would have shown up to be in those rooms are actually not showing up now versus kind of a paper?
I believe there are 207 existing rooms, and it's being reduced to 192. But with regards to the traffic analysis specific to that number, I think the applicant has their traffic engineer available. I think we would defer to them.
And I appreciate that, but it is 15 actual rooms and 38 paper possibility rooms. Am I doing that math correct?
Entitlement, but
Or entitlement. That's a much better term for it. Yeah.
And as far as the math, I don't have that number in front of me, and mental math is not going to happen.
No. Thank you very much. Okay.
Is the reopening of the Coral Casino contingent upon this approval?
Commissioner Stahl, I think that's a decision of the applicant. It's not within the conditions that we specify a certain date of reopening.
But it's something that we can condition.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kupia, I didn't hear what you said.
I said it is something that the planning commission condition.
I think staff would have some concerns. You should look at the findings of what regulates the amendment and make sure that the condition that you want to impose is related to a finding that you're required to make. I don't know if conditioning and opening of a restaurant, I'm not sure we would agree, but you guys can.
We might agree to disagree.
It might agree to disagree. Yeah.
Just to clarify, we're not talking about, I don't believe we're talking about opening the restaurant. I think we're all understanding that the membership wants the club itself to be reopened, and have been asking, at least myself, many of them, when that's going to take place, regardless of what the decision is about the restaurant.
Sure. Commissioners, I understand that. I think from a departmental standpoint, we regulate the land use. So the permit is, allowing the restaurant or the club or the hotel. We do not get into the business of telling people when they have to open or be open. That is purely an operational issue, and that is not a land use issue the department regulates.
To take that question and spin it just a little bit, to what extent is approval of this project and its different usage than the rest of the facility contingent on facilities that are not within the scope of what's being reviewed? Going back to the idea of, if we're approving this restaurant, but it's contingent upon bathrooms that are not, in a different part of the building or elevator, are there resources that are assumptions in this approval that would be outside of scope of what's being discussed as the second floor restaurant?
Commissioner Miller, I think I understand the question. And what's interesting, in staff's mind, the use is not changing here. It's still a club. It's still the Coral Casino. There were conditions put on this project when it was originally approved. We're looking at the operator asking to change how those conditions were put on them as in terms of the makeup of the membership, but the use has not changed. In the bathrooms, the structures, they're all there. They're approved. It's still going to be used as a club. So, hopefully that answers.
I track what you're saying to a point, but that that my understanding is that its prior use was a combination of members and hotel guests and reciprocal members, and the hotel guests were characterized as seasonal membership, and there was access across the nature of the facilities. That what is potentially changing here is that we have a new category of people coming who would not have access across the scope of the facilities, but would have access to just the second floor. And so in that regard, I appreciate where I take your comments seriously about what you've said, but the metaphor I would draw is I tend to fly economy when I'm on an airplane and I don't get to use the first class bathrooms. Is the notion that we're kind of adding the economy first class curtain of you only use the bathrooms in the back, has that been factored into this metaphorically on in this project?
Commissioner Miller, these are lofty questions. I'm doing my best here. No, I understand where your questions are coming from. The department's role, again, this is a regulated land use. They have the permit to operate the Coral Casino. That is in hand. They are wanting to make operational changes with the casino, and they've come in, and because the conditions on their permit had certain restrictions and layouts in them, they are asking to amend them to allow different types of members to come into and to balance any impact. They're taking away rooms that they're not going to build. And so for the findings that go with an amendment, they can't have any new impacts. And so what they did is reduce the amount of rooms. And so there is no traffic impact that is resulting from this project. So they're trying to fit their project within the requirements of our zoning ordinance.
And I understand how you're characterizing that as it relates to the overall site and traffic. I guess at the risk of pushing my metaphor to a painful point, that we used to have a one-class airplane where everybody kind of used the whole airplane, and we are metaphorically adding a curtain. So everybody in economy class doesn't get to kind of go use the bathrooms in the front. And if this metaphor is stretched too far, I can try and rephrase it. But my point is that before, everybody who was on site at the Coral Casino had use of the entire Coral Casino. What is being characterized here is that we have a group of people who will have access to only a portion of the facility and not have access to the whole facility. And how does that impact building requirements, life safety, bathrooms, elevators, hallways, kind of stuff?
Commissioner Miller, I think first to clarify, the condition as it currently stands, the Coral Casino facilities are open to club members, club member guests, and registered guests of the Biltmore. But the restaurant under the current condition is also currently available to guests of registered hotel guests. So there already is a different patron allowances and different uses of the Coral Casino. And I think what Mr. Sievers was trying to explain is, for our purposes, the code doesn't distinguish between a recreational facility and a private recreational facility. So that's what we mean by the use isn't changing. And then additionally, with regards to facilities, the existing restaurant already has its own restrooms, and the proposed amendment is not proposing any physical changes to the Coral Casino or Coral Casino restaurant.
Is ADA access to the restaurant independent of the rest of the facility? Or does somebody have to go to the elevator outside the restaurant in order to access the restaurant?
I think we would have to defer to the
Right.
applicant.
That's a question that's coming up.
Mhm.
So I understand what Ms. Plowman said about the part of the housing element that's gone to the state now for final approval being outside of this. But just as a common sense situation, it's very hard to look at traffic and parking studies that were done for this and not take into account that it's now being proposed as a potential site for housing. And my understanding is that Mr. Warner has not given his confirmation yet that that's going to be only employee housing. And so, I mean, in terms of the parking is, if you're basing what's approved on that existing parking, I don't know how that cannot be taken into consideration, although formula wise, I understand, but just as, you know, in my position, I don't know how I can like not hear that or not be aware of that.
Yeah, Commissioner Stahl through the chair. I think we understand the concern that might be raised, but from our perspective, we're limited to the scope of the amendment that's before the commission today. We have not received, we don't have any application for housing on that property, be it employee housing or otherwise, that would remove parking. So we're not considering any, potential hypothetical removal of parking in the future because we don't have an application to consider at this time. And we don't know if an application ever would be submitted. I think.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Fosberg. In addition, you should feel comforted that if any future project comes in, they're going to be reviewed and they are subject to all the code requirements. And so if a project comes in, if there's parking required, they have to meet the parking. If it affects this permit and requirements in that permit, we would be looking at that stuff. But the commission really shouldn't take into account a hypothetical situation right now because we don't even know if they're going to submit an application.
Chair Miller, Commissioner Stahl, just to add on what staff is saying, just to help frame, staff did an excellent job on responding to that. But to echo what Director Palmer said earlier, what you're hearing in the housing element is one really early on in the process. And at this point, just to frame it, that's really speculative. And so we don't have enough information or data to even contemplate that in the action today. So that would be something you'd put in a parking lot. And if that ever transpired in the future, it would be analyzed on its own merits. And then you'd evaluate that proposed project with existing conditions. So as of right now, that's very speculative and on the horizon. And it isn't really germane to the decision before the commission today.
Is it possible to approve something as proposed with a condition that should the parking or, other elements change in the future, that we reserve the right to be able to change our CUP approval? Because it's a complicated process to change the CUP, and I just want to reserve the rights of the community to make sure that things that we approve today we're able to change.
So Commissioner Stahl to the chair, short answer is no. However, to frame that is any future action, any future request for additional entitlements or modifications would require an amendment or a change to the entitlements that they have. And I think because of the area and the zoning of this, that would require it to come back to the planning commission. And at that time, you would have the discretion to make decisions, modifications or conditions related to whatever that is being impacted the parking at that time. So by not conditioning it today, you're not giving up any future authority or future discretion. You're basically making your decision based on what's before you today.
Right.
And you still have the ability in the future based on future projects to make decisions.
However, and I think the applicant will be able to speak to this more fully. Right now, the granting of this particular change to a CUP goes after kind of low-hanging fruit parking. It's kind of an easy buy. And any other change that winds up happening is not such an easy buy. So there's really kind of an impact down in the future to say, if we approve the picking of all the low-hanging fruit now, that it complicates the game later. And we applaud the idea of putting additional housing on for staff, but by allowing this to happen, the next part of the game gets more complicated because we've already used up the low hanging fruit. So there is an impact by accepting this as a condition. Yeah, I am good.
If we could have the applicant provide their presentation.
Chair of Commissioners, my name is Bill Medell, representing Tijuana Hotels and Resorts, the applicant. And I want to introduce our team here before you today. I have Steve Welton with Susanna Elledge Planning and Permitting Services, Scott Schell, Principal with Associated Transportation Engineers, and Barry Capello from Capello and Noel Law Firm. And I actually would like Mr. Capello to come up to talk about this issue that you're raising regarding future parking or housing, so we can just kind of take that off the table real quick for you.
Mm-hmm.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Barry Capello. Maybe many of you don't realize it, but I was the city attorney for 7 years in Santa Barbara and have a lot of background and information with regards to what discretion governmental agencies have with regards to projects such as this. I've actually been retained only to deal with any unusual issues that might come up. We're not in the business of lobbying. None of you spoke to me. None of my firm members spoke to you. We're here to deal with unusual problems, and one was raised, and I need to put it to bed right now. First of all, future planning issues, and your county council can address this, that a governmental agency is thinking or considering about does not and cannot impact applications that are moving through the system unless there's an emergency that stays those particular matters. Secondly, to require my client, in this case, to spend millions of dollars with regards to this if this conditional use permit is approved, as it should be, and then because you're unhappy with what happened on the tennis courts with regards to future housing, the conditional use permit is revoked, would be an improper use of your governmental authority and would be a taking and a condemnation of his property. No person can spend thousands or millions of dollars on anticipation of an approval, get that approval, and then have it taken away in the future unless they have foolishly agreed to that, which he would never do. So with regards to the commissioner that asked the question about the first class versus economy class restroom curtain, there is nobody in the entire project that you have here from the club that is being denied access to anywhere in the facility. So you're looking at me in a very disgusted way. Did you want to interfere with what I was saying? You're happy to, please do.
Mr. Capello, your assessment of my emotions is something I would ask you to be modest in.
Okay.
I am unclear as to what the second to last sentence or bullet point in staff's presentation means in context of what you're saying now.
All right, and I appreciate that, and apologies, I wasn't attempting to. It just you look like you were unhappy with what I was saying. Maybe because I called you out on that issue, and I just wanted to point out that there's complete access to the facilities for everybody there. And I think that's why the great overwhelming number of letters that you've received so far from members of the club that would like this project to go forward. But I'll leave that to staff, and I'll leave that to Mr. Medell and the planners to address it directly, but I believe I'm correct. So the problem I think that was raised by the issue of it was raised because, I mean, this kind of goes down with the no good deed goes unpunished, because somebody asked Mr. Warner, would you be willing to to consider workforce housing on the property at some time in the future? And he responded, yes. Well, that certainly wasn't with the intent that this project or any future project would be conditioned upon something like that. And also, we're talking about an element of housing which the County Board of Supervisors ultimately themselves have to decide. And it could be on the Biltmore property, it could be on the Miramar property, it could be somewhere else in the future. And to make decisions based upon applications that are going through the process would be improper. And it would be not only for us, it would be anybody. Let's say neighbors that might have an application that are nearby or close to where the workforce housing would have been built. Would their projects be stopped as well, waiting until ultimately it's decided? No, they wouldn't. You'd go through the process, you'd be protected, and if at some time in the future that becomes an issue, you would raise that with the landowner, and then the landowner would decide whether or not they would put housing on that particular property. The only alternative the county would have is if the landowner said, no, I don't want to build housing on it, then the county board of supervisors would have to exercise its power of eminent domain and condemn the property to build housing on it, in which case it would have to deal with the issue of parking and traffic with regards to the neighborhood. But right now, on the ground, the issue is clear. Nobody in the club is prevented from going anywhere. In fact, they have more access than ever before. Two, the parking traffic has been, I think, adequately resolved by the experts, and I'll let them talk to you about it. All right.
I don't think that's what Marshall was really asking. I think
All right.
what Marshall was asking is, if the restaurant is open to the general public, are all of the facilities required to operate that facility, including access, bathrooms, handicapped access, elevators? Are they discrete from the rest of the club?
And I will let the planners answer that specifically so I don't make any mistake.
One other question that I
Yeah.
have is, as this began earlier with Lisa, that and correct me if I'm wrong, because I
Sure.
would love to be corrected. My understanding is that site that we're talking about, where the tennis courts are, is the property that's been identified to the state as a potential site for housing.
Workforce housing.
Workforce housing.
That is correct.
So
Identified.
there is a relationship here between this application. Wait, let me
Yeah.
finish.
And I'm not stopping you.
Yeah. There is a relationship here between what the Biltmore has identified as a potential site to do workforce housing and the bump parking that we're talking about right now for this project. I realize that this project hasn't been ramped up, or it's not here as an application, but we're talking about the same chunk of land that right now we're saying is the excess parking that we might need. And in the future, it also may be the site where workforce housing can occur by the Biltmore's own request.
So the answer to your question is yes, that is a question. But the next question is it a question that either this commission or the county, from a legal standpoint, has the ability to prevent an application from going through the process or denying an application because of it? So let me give you a hypothetical. Let's use the general plan, because you're planning commissioners and you're very familiar with general plan amendments. There's a general plan amendment being considered about changing the zoning or use of properties in a particular area, floodplain zoning, whatever it may be. Unless there is an emergency which stays all applications for all permits with regards to the property and the property rights of the owners of those properties, they have the right to go forward, and those properties have a right to be adjudged on the application based upon the documents that are on file with the county with regards to that particular property. This is our first hearing. This EIR, the conditions of approval under the conditional use permit, those are the documents in which we are governed. And those are the documents which we believe you are governed by. Your county council may disagree with me. I'm not sure. I would be surprised if he does. But to say that on a general plan amendment, well, we're going to consider a general plan amendment and there's no emergency, which prevents future development that's moving through the process, I don't believe either the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors would have the ability or the right or the power to do that unless in so doing, one of two things occurred. They exercise their right of eminent domain and take the property and pay just compensation, or they do it and create what's called inverse condemnation, where they wind up taking away a property right without compensation, and the law then allows that property owner to bring a lawsuit against for that if they're correct. Right?
Chair Miller, Commissioner Kubiak, sorry to interject. I just wanted to call time on that. We do have some time constraints this morning. And just recommend maybe it would be good to have the applicant give their presentation and then we can ask some questions.
Happy to sit down.
We do have till 11:50, I think.
All right, thank you. Apologies accepted. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Miller and Commissioners. Again, my name is Bill Medell, representing Ty Warner Hotels and Resorts. We have a brief presentation for you to identify certain areas of the club to hopefully answer some of your questions as well. We have kind of a tag team approach. Steve Wellen will follow me along with Scott Shell to talk about parking and questions on parking and traffic trips. And then I'll close the presentation, and then I would allow to be able to respond to any comments from the public or for the commissioners after that. Thank you. So as you can see here, we're honoring a legacy to bring a better balance of use of the facilities at Coral Casino. This is a historic photo. Here, as you can see, Butterfly Beach, the Biltmore Hotel, and the original Coral Casino building down at the lower right. Next slide. Again, the Coral Casino was built in 1931. The pool was built in 1931 as an actual amenity to the hotel originally. Next slide. And the Coral Casino actually had a grand opening in July of 1937 as an amenity to the hotel. And at that time, it became also a social membership club. This is a historic photo back in 1937, Coral Casino. Actually, the opening date in July. Again, it's an amenity to for the hotel, and it's also a non-equity club. And I can describe that a little bit later for you. So we're here. We're actually this is a new era for the Coral Casino, in our opinion. It enhances privacy for members, reduces impacts for neighborhood, and adds a community asset. Next slide. Tides were our decision today, or your decision today, was to allow us to open the Tides second floor restaurant to the public. But secondly, the club would be a members only club, which isn't like that today. As you all know, hotel guests, registered hotel guests have use of the club facilities as well. And we believe this is a big opportunity and a priority for members to have their own club facilities, pool, showers. The Coral Cafe, Commissioner, that you see there below is a members only cafe now. Before it used to be shared with hotel guests and everything else. But I wanted to have you see this slide so you can identify the areas we're talking about here. Coral Casino, back in April of 2021, Ty Warner Hotel and Resorts took over the actual management of the Coral Casino. And many of you have attended the Montecito Club and also have visited the San Isidro Ranch, and we will execute the same type of service and amenities to the Coral Casino as that you've witnessed at these other properties. This is a campus site overview of the Coral Casino and the Biltmore Hotel. Biltmore Hotel, you can see there right in the center, Coral Casino. And then you can identify the parking lots, Coral Casino parking lot and tennis facilities are up there to your middle right. employee. Back of house parking is way over to your left. Back of house parking and the deliverables are there in the center. And then, of course, there's Biltmore valet parking out front. And I will stress as well that the Coral Casino provides valet parking as well, as does the hotel. I'm going to turn this over real quickly to Steve Weldon. He'll go over our application and the conditions that we want to amend. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Steve Welton from the SEPS. We're the agent for the owners and the applicants. As you can see, in 2005, the Board of Supervisors approved a development plan, not a CUP development plan, for the Coral Casino and Biltmore Hotel, and included 92 conditions of approval. And we're proposing to amend just 2 of them. Go to the next slide. Here they are. Condition 3 talks about the number of hotel rooms that can be serviced at the hotel. It's not to exceed 229. To go off script for a second, the hotel was operating at 229 around the same time as the Coral Casino project was being approved, and at the same time as a processing and historic renovation of the rooms in the hotels. And at that time, the room count did get reduced. So it was not, it's yes, it's on paper, but it's also has happened in the past. So it's not quite theoretical in that sense. But what happened was that some of the rooms were joined together to create junior suites or cottages. Condition 22 is part of a larger condition that governs the Coral Casino. I just included a few of them here, the ones that I want to highlight and that are being changed. For example, the Coral Casino shall remain a private club. The types of memberships that Aaliyah went over, including the permanent members. The seasonal members are for folks that stay a long time. They're eligible to purchase a seasonal membership if they stay a long time at the Biltmore. And then there's reciprocal memberships for folks that are outside the 75-mile radius. And then the last provision governs how the club's used currently from club members and their guests and overnight Biltmore hotel guests. And then the restaurant, as mentioned, is also eligible for use by guests of hotel guests. So go to the next slide, please. So what are we changing? First, with regards to condition 3, we're slashing the number of rooms from maximum number of rooms from 229 down to 192. And then with condition 22, we're eliminating the seasonal memberships. And we're reducing the reciprocal memberships from 120 to 60. And then we're going to rewrite this next section a little bit to make it more clear and go to the next slide, so that the regular use of the facility shall be limited to club members and member guests, no longer Biltmore hotel guests. Allow for limited public use of the restaurant up to 265 members. And for the purpose of this condition, that includes the Biltmore guests and their guests that already use the club. So keeping that in mind, that 265 is already occupied by people that are already having that right. Next slide, please. So in exchange for allowing the public to use the restaurant, what kind of reductions do we have? Well, we talked about reciprocal memberships. That's going down by 50% down to 60. We're getting rid of that special class of Biltmore guests and hotel guests, so they're just members of the public now. We didn't talk about La Marina banquet room. That's an existing banquet room at the hotel used for like Sunday brunches, et cetera. In the past, it's been a fine dining restaurant. My wife and I, when we got engaged, actually ate at that restaurant. For those of you who've been in Montecito for a while, it's not like going to be open for the public anymore. It'll be guest facilities only, and so that's definitely an impact on folks coming in like myself before to use those facilities. But the big one is the reduction in hotel room keys, 37. And for context, San Ysidro Ranch has about 37 hotel keys, so the number of keys being reduced is substantial. So next slide. What do all these changes have as an impact? With regards to traffic, we're looking at a reduction of 128 average daily traffic trips per day being reduced. And for our 4 p.m. peak hour trips, which is between 4 and 6 p.m., those are also being reduced. And then with regards to parking, which has been brought up, we're looking at a 38 space reduction in peak parking demand. I do a lot of projects. I don't often get to come to your commission with a project that reduces traffic as opposed to the baseline. And so I'm happy to have that opportunity today. And then finally, Coral Casino now becomes private, meaning that the hotel guests are no longer part of the club. To give a little more information on the traffic, though, because I know it has a lot of vernacular and discussions, Scott Shell here to give a little bit of traffic 101. Thanks, Scott.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Scott Show with Associated Transportation Engineers. I can't believe you said traffic 101 because we all know about that. So my company prepared the traffic and parking studies for the project, and we also prepared an addendum that was submitted to the county in March of this year. The addendum was based on some of the changes to the project description that occurred as we headed towards this hearing, as well as the results of the peer review that we heard about earlier from Stantec. They reviewed our traffic and parking studies. So the key elements of the addendum that was submitted, the first was we modified the number of keys being reduced. We've heard about that from the 229 down to the 192. The Stantec review said we were being maybe not conservative enough in treating the La Marina banquet room. So we removed the traffic credits for that in our analysis. That was based on their input. We assumed that some of the new people, as Mr. Welton said, that are coming to the restaurant, those 265 guests would actually come from the hotel and walk over as they do now. So we assumed a pretty conservative 30% of the guests would be from the Biltmore. It could be as high as 50 to 60% in peak seasons when the hotel is really full. And last, we assumed no credits for the seasonal members. This is again based on some conservative assumptions from the Stantec peer review. You know, the next slide. So some traffic basics and not the 101. So we went through the analysis, and I just kind of want to point out a few definitions up top. We see AVO in the column, and we see an arrow pointing down. That's the average vehicle occupancy, the number of people per car that we're assuming for the restaurant guest. Then we have an average daily traffic rate. That's how many times the cars come in and out per day. And then finally, we have the number of average daily trips. So we started with a 265 restaurant guests per day. We assumed that 30% would walk over from the hotel. That leaves us with 186 guests that drive to the facility per day. You know, there's 2 people per car, so we get to 93 cars, and then you multiply that by 1 trip in and 1 trip out. So that's how we got to the 186 ADT to start with, or average daily trips. Next slide. So next, we look at the reductions in traffic from those components that were given up for the entitlements at both the Coral Casino and the Biltmore. We heard about the reciprocal members. There'd be reduction of 60 per month. That's 2 per day. So the next was the guests of hotel guests, those people that have to drive in, meet the guests at the hotel. So those trips were reduced at 14 per day. We see the banquet room on there. As we heard from the Stantec peer review, we assume no traffic credits for that because they felt that those would have been covered with the estimates for the hotel keys. And then the hotel key trip generation is based on the rates that are contained in the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual, which is sort of the standard source for developing trip estimates for land use decisions. And it's adopted by the county for your fee program and used throughout the industry. Finally, the seasonal members, again, the Stantec review said, let's not assume any traffic credits or parking credits for those. Next slide. Oh, sorry, I didn't go to the conclusion, actually the bottom line, which we should start at first. So if you go back one, hopefully. So the bottom line, as we heard from Mr. Welton, the net effect is a reduction of 128 average daily trips. The same analysis was completed for the peak hour. And again, it focused on the PM peak hour because the restaurant would not be open for the morning, no breakfast service. They just do lunch and dinner. So no AM analysis. PM peak hour analysis went through the same sort of logic and math, how much traffic related to the guest versus how much traffic related to the entitlements that are being removed. And the net effect was -4 peak hour trips. Same analysis was completed for parking, which we had a lot of discussion about so far. The restaurant guests were, again, based on the operations, assuming the 265 come in. We have some of the people walking from the Biltmore, 2 people per car, and then a 30% occupancy load. And then we go, what are the reductions we're going to get from the entitlements being removed, reciprocal members, the guests of hotel guests. La Marina does have some reductions there based on the parking manual, and then the number of hotel keys being removed. We get to a bottom line again of a reduction in parking demand of 38. So this project's not grabbing low-hanging fruit. It's not saying we're going to have more parking or we're going to need a little more parking. It's saying we're going to reduce the parking that's required at the facility. And really the big factor is in those hotel keys. So if you have an entitlement for the hotel keys, you have to park it. You have to have the parking for those keys. And so when it was the Marriott and they had that number of rooms, they had to provide that parking for the campus. And so the rooms were there, those spaces were there, remove the rooms and you get to kind of get some credit for those spaces. Again, I've kind of hit on this a couple times. This is just the confirmation of the Stantec peer review. I thought that was a good thing, gave her more confidence going forward. The county requested it. And so once they reviewed it, we made the changes. They concurred with our findings. I'm going to give it back to Mr. Medell to close.
Thank you, Scott. To reiterate what Scott and Mr. Shell did as far as traffic and parking, we kind of did a reverse engineering in our request to you today. We said, what would we need to do in order to allow up to 265 guests at the second floor restaurant per day? And so we kind of did a reverse engineering, and that's how we came up with these actual negative numbers. So there weren't any impacts to traffic or parking based on our request today. A lot of you have been, I hope, have been to the second floor restaurant known as Tides Restaurant. You can see the incredible view of the harbor and dining upstairs. Next slide. And for us, we have a cap of 600 memberships as opposed to some of the other local clubs that are 800 plus in the community. But the restaurant has not really been supported by the members, and I think a lot of the members will acknowledge that. And in order to have a thriving restaurant and to provide jobs, a lot of labor, we couldn't get labor because they didn't want to have reduced hours or they weren't making tips or things like that. So it really affects and impacts a lot of people. So we believe having the public and having more covers would help to do that. Bringing in an award-winning chef requires the buzz and synergy and the ambiance of a really successful restaurant. Nobody wants to go and dine in a restaurant that's half full or less than half full. And then again, the element of the public restaurant access actually it aligns with the spirit of coastal access for the community as well. Next slide, please. Again, these are just some photos of the second floor restaurant. Next one. Aquarium bar up in the second floor restaurant with gorgeous island views. Outdoor dining again, right on the beach at Butterfly Beach. Next slide. And then I want to talk a little bit about what's happening today, construction and the improvements that the owner's making at his costs. Again, it's a non-equity club, so the owner bears all the capital expenses. But we're expanding Finn's, which is a takeout juice bar up there. We are actually relocating and enlarging a children's pool, and we are relocating a spa and added plunge pool for the members. The members are also getting a new members rooftop lounge, which is just a few steps down from the second floor restaurant. We're also upgrading the private dining room as well. Next slide. This gives you a rendering of the outdoor takeout bar, kind of pool service for Finn's. New enlarged children's pool. New spa for the members, along with a cold plunge pool that was added. And this is private dining room that's being upgraded and expanded a little bit to allow kind of an open area for the second floor decking. And then this gives you an idea of an overview. If you could just keep this slide up, Commissioner, you asked about Coral Cafe. The operations of the club isn't changing. The only change that's happening is going to be a members only club. And so we're excited about that. I know a lot of our members have requested that for almost 18, 20 years since the 2005 approvals. So we think we're making it a better club for the members. So members and their guests only can use the club facilities. The Coral Cafe provides food service to the members and all the people along the lounge area, the pool area as well. The other question or concern that came up with kitchens, the kitchens are on site. There's a kitchen for the Coral Cafe. There's a kitchen for Tides. There's an actual kitchen for the La Pacifica Ballroom. And then secondly, the ballroom has its own restrooms, always have. The restaurant has its own restrooms. And then of course the club has its own restrooms. And then thirdly, the non-members who access the restaurant will come in through a separate entrance. They will not come in through the main doors of the facility. It's strictly for members only. The only people that would be allowed access through the front doors are for accessibility. And that's where our accessible parking lots, parking spaces are. We have the ramp inside those front doors, and then they have access to the elevator to take them up to the second floor. So operationally, nothing is changing. We're just enhancing everything and giving more and better amenities to the members. Now, that being said, we'll step aside and we're here to answer any questions from you as well as from the public.
In terms of managing the schedule of this agenda item before we bring back in Chair Police in his rightful role, I wanted to outline some time things. We will be taking a break at 11:50, and we will reconvene at 1:10. I am looking to have this for us to the commissioners to do their questions for the applicants before we break, and then we would take public comment and rebuttal from applicant after we reconvene. And so I hope that timeframe wise makes sense. With that, Mr. Stahl, would you like to lead off the questions for the applicant?
I just really wanted to clarify the restaurant situation between the Biltmore and the Coral. Like, is there still going to be the normal restaurant that we've all used for, with sort of the sunroom and?
Yes, Commissioner. Yes, you're referring to the Bella Vista restaurant. Yes, that's still there. It's being actually remodeled as we speak. The only thing that we are removing as part of the dining facilities at the hotel is the La Marina room, which will set off to the right. We are reprogramming that for a different use for the hotel guests. So it won't be allowed for dining or covers and things like that. But the Bella Vista restaurant, of course, has to remain in place.
So in reserving the La Marina room for hotel guests, does that mean that all the nonprofit events that have formally been held there can't?
I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to the Biltmore restaurant.
Yeah, I was.
And La Marina is adjacent to the Bella Vista restaurant. So we are reprogramming that space for a different use. La Pacifica, the ballroom, remains in place. And that's again, it has its own kitchen and restrooms and everything as well.
But the La Pacifica in the Biltmore?
Yeah, no, La Pacifica ballroom is below the second floor restaurant at the Coral Casino.
Right. But I mean, what is still going to be available at the Biltmore for nonprofit events that if you remove
I'm sorry. So the restaurant's in place, and the Biltmore has tons of other banquet meeting spaces for other events, private events.
Okay, so it'll be still split.
Yes.
So you can do some in one.
And there'll be the La Pacifica ballroom is also available. As you know, a lot of the major nonprofits in our community really rely on the use of the La Pacifica ballroom. And so they will continue to have use of that as well.
I would be remiss representing our community not to ask this question. And it comes in two parts. When will the Coral Casino reopen? And when will the Biltmore reopen?
Okay. I cannot answer the Biltmore question. They are going through some upgrades right now. There's also, we're working on the floor plans for the rooms where we combine some of the smaller rooms to get that reduction in rooms as well. As far as the Coral Casino, we're under construction still. And the best case scenario is that the club will open upon the completion of the construction. Hopefully with your approval today on the request that we're requesting, because we need to know how we're going to operate the club. And then thirdly, getting all our staff in place. So that's how it's going. That's our priority right now, is we all want to get the club open.
So these amenities that you were discussing that are going on at the Coral Casino are not yet implemented, or?
Oh yeah, we're getting close. We're getting close to construction this summer.
So you're not in construction yet?
Yes, we've been in construction for almost 14 months.
All right.
Yeah.
So do you have any any kind of projection?
I can't really
Year?
project. We ideally we'd like to get open this summer,
Okay.
but what I just mentioned, I want to finish construction, get this amendment approved and get our staff hired so we can start doing our training.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to kind of surface the deep skepticism that goes on in Montecito about the Biltmore.
Yeah.
I mean, the loss of bed tax, the loss of that as a significant amenity in our community to the public. It's been years. And I think there's a tremendous amount of impatience on the part of the residents.
We understand that. We hear the same comments.
Well, it's very hard to sit here on this side of the table and have your entity come and ask the planning commission to kind of grant almost anything. Because we feel like the community's been completely ignored in the past couple of years. We're not talking about a small amenity in Montecito. We're talking about a significant property that has given pleasure and to, so many people.
Yeah.
And the community wants to know when.
Yeah. Commissioner, I appreciate your comments. I can't answer that. The legal.
I would not be able to vote for you.
And the legal things and stuff like that. I hope that's not the case, but we're trying to get the Coral Casino open. We've separated it from the operations of the hotel, so we could get it open. And again, we're making it a better club for the members and the owners, spending a lot of money to actually give the members more amenities.
I understand. No.
It's Barry Capello. I'd like to address the Biltmore issue. The owner certainly understands the millions and millions of dollars that the community benefits from, as does the owner when it's open. I'm sure you're aware that our hotels, like the Biltmore, have a two-part control. The owner, and then on top of the owner is a contract, a management contract with a flag. That flag's the Four Seasons. That's owned by Michael Dell and I think Mr. Gates and a couple of other shareholders. They have been in unbelievable massive litigation with Mr. Warner, not only in Santa Barbara, but in New York as well over that contract and the control that contract has. He has been able to work the Coral Casino out of that particular issue so that the Coral Casino, which is part of the Biltmore CUP, can reopen. And the beauty of what's before you is that now the Biltmore guests are no longer will have full access to it. Does two things. One, it gives the private members now complete use of the facility without any members of the public, save and except for tides. When that litigation is over and resolved, I can almost guarantee you he will go to all ends of the earth to get the Biltmore back up and running. And I'm not involved in that litigation.
I understand. I think what would benefit the community is a much greater transparency about what's going on. I mean, I can only tell you as a planning commissioner, it is the single most asked question that we wind up receiving.
So think about the things that affect all of us. Okay. And I've got several hundreds of clients in Montecito that were affected by the Thomas fire. We're handling the class action case involving that. The flood closed the Biltmore and the Coral Casino and all of those properties down there. These new floods that we just had everybody had to evacuate anyway. We had to deal with all of those issues and the litigation involved with that, involving subcontractors, et cetera. That, to a large extent, was part of the impetus in dealing with the problems with the flag. I'm not going to get into that litigation because, frankly, I don't know that litigation, but I can tell you, you were talking about, people that are fighting over something significant for our community, but it's New York on 57th Avenue as well. So there's a lot at stake. 57th Street. What did I say? 57th Avenue? Did I? Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So whether or not that sheds any light on the subject, I think it at least sheds an understanding of why it hasn't been opened, because there's no reason not to open it simply because you don't want to open it, especially when you have so much money invested in it.
The notion of what's going on, and if you want to bring it up, of a multi-story hotel sitting on 57th Street in New York that is not operating is almost beyond anyone's imagination.
Okay, so
And I have to
No,
tell
that's
you,
right, yeah.
it's kind of the same aspect here in Montecito. It's beyond anyone's belief that this is a derelict piece of property unfunctioning in the middle of our community.
All right, now I will tell you what I've seen, not with regards to either hotel, because I'm not the lawyer involved, but I've seen it with other flag lawsuits between the flag and the owner. Several Trump properties particularly. And I don't represent Mr. Trump, so please don't hold that against me because I mentioned the name. The flag makes the money. And the flag decides how it operates with a lot of these contracts. And the Four Seasons contract, everybody knows, is the most onerous contract of any flag. So onerous that in many instances, and I'm not saying in this because I don't know, but in many instances, the owners make nothing or less than nothing. The flag makes the money. And that becomes a very serious issue. So when you say open the hotel, you're basically saying, if I'm right, lose millions of dollars each year and let the flag make that money. Okay?
I think we're all comfortable with the idea that hotel economics is probably beyond the scope of our review at this point. I'd like to direct, when was the reduction from 229 to 207 in terms of rooms in actuality? And so I appreciate that a traffic study is mathematical model, but some of us who kind of have lived experience on it, when was that first kind of part of that number removed?
Commissioner Miller, I've worked for the Biltmore for over 20 years in various capacities as their agent and processing numerous applications. My recollection is this was part of the historic renovation of many of the cottages, and then over time, many of the larger buildings. And we started in 2002, I think, Bill, with historians and through applications through your county. And I think we concluded that around 2005. So over the course of about 3 years.
So it would be fair to say that the last 15-ish, más o menos, years would be experienced as kind of with that 229 to 207.
I think Mr. Medell told me that the former general manager had told him that they have operated at 207 since around 2007, something like that. So that's you're about right. Yeah, 15 years or so.
So if we go back to the calculation slides on traffic,
So yeah, and what we did in that regards, and I know you're talking about like, hey, you're taking away hotel rooms that don't exist right now and counting them for traffic. But as Scott Shell pointed out, there are parking spaces associated with those units because we actually had to park for them. And so those parking spaces are available and being taken away. So those aren't going away. And that's part of the traffic benefit. But then with regards to traffic itself, in talking with staff about this, and, they were cognizant that there might be a question about, even though you're entitled to those rooms, you're not using some of them. So, how are you going to deal with traffic in that regard? So we went even beyond that. So that's why part of the reason why we reduced down to 192 is to go beyond, make it clear that there aren't traffic ramifications by going down to 192 from 207. So, our initial amount of room reduction was around 14 rooms, and we just added another 15 onto that just to make it clear.
Well, thank you. And then, to the best of your knowledge, if we were permitting the Tides, this is a hypothetical, as a standalone restaurant, are the bathroom facilities, ADA facilities, all of these things that are within the ambit of of limited use by the general public sufficient for that to have been permitted on a standalone basis? Or is there a reliance upon the commercial standards associated with all of, ADA access, number of restrooms per number of seats in the restaurant, those kinds of things? Does it remain in reliance upon parts of the club that would not be accessed by the limited use of the general public?
Chair Miller, a really great question. I'm not an architect, so I'm hesitant to tell you what the code requirements are for exiting. Commissioner Kupiak is what they are today versus what they are when they were approved. I suspect that they were approved to handle the restroom needs for the restaurant at the time it was approved in 2005. Bill, if you wanted to add to that.
I think what you're getting at is that 265 number. And the 265 number is per day. That's for lunch and dinner. So today and in the past, when we operated the complete facility, both the club and the restaurant, we were in compliance with all DA and environmental health services, kitchen, ingress, fire department requirements and everything else. That's not changing. And we're not increasing the demand, say, at night for 265 people coming in at the same time. That would never work, of course. Yeah. So, but the facilities today provide and accommodate everything of what we were approved for in 2005 as well. I can't answer that question today.
I know you may not be able to answer that question, but that is the question.
So, our permitting goes through environmental health. And so, they believe me, we had so many applications with environmental health for the pools, for the food service, everything. So they've looked at this with a fine tooth comb, menus, all of that. Scott reminds me that bathrooms are generally, defined by seating. And so the seating hasn't changed and isn't being changed. So
I understand, but you may be relying on bathroom facilities that are outside the restaurant as well in order to meet your total count.
For that 92.
We just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I suspect we do. It would be unusual for it to be, needed to go outside the restaurant, but yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner, Chair Miller and Commissioners, I think it's time for us for that hard stop. There is an item that has came up, and I think we're going to transition. I'd recommend, sorry, I'm not going to direct the commission. I recommend the commission to trail this item until after lunch. I think we're going to go from 11:50 till 1, and then we'll pick this item back up again. But in the interim, Chair Pliche is going to come back, and then we're going to read in the record the Music Academy of the West. There's two individuals, or some individuals that said they can't come back after lunch. We wanted to open up for public comment for them. And then we'll close that item, and then we'll come back after lunch, finish the Coral Casino, and then pick up the Music Academy of the West. So at this time, I think Chair, you have to leave.
I do need to.
So we'll switch chairs again and then do Music Academy for just that item. And then Commissioner Miller, I will, before we come back, we'll give you instructions on how to view that public comment so you could act on the Music Academy of the West.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So Jeff, is it also true that the public that is waiting to comment on this item, the Biltmore, or the Coral Casino, they can't now? They have to leave, and it's best luck to come back if they can, I guess. So they're all under the same. You just reverse the situation for them. That's okay. I understand.
Chair and Commissioners, that is correct. due to the dynamics of having a quorum, we're going to have to hold public comment on the Coral Casino until after lunch.
Got it.
There was some individuals, this is an exception and not a rule today. There was a number of individuals who indicated on the Music Camera of the West, because of the agenda shifting, they expressed a hardship.
Yes, I understand.
So we're making an exception.
I got
today.
it. I agree
So-
with you. No problem. You have to come back as well.
So for the chair and commissioners, for the Coral Casino there, we've closed that item for right now, and we'll pick it up until after 1 o'clock.
Oops.
Okay, so I'm going to read the item, the Music Academy into the record quickly. The following is a hearing on the request of the Music Academy of the West to consider case number 21 RVP 109 and 21 CDP 129, and to accept the addendum to Environmental Impact Report 03 EIR 6 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
First speaker, do I have? I don't have those. Okay, go right ahead. Your name, please.
I'm John Sanford.
Hey, John.
I live at 1115 Hill Road. And a lot of them talked about regarding quality of Montecito and the Music Academy and their growth and their change from an educational operation to a commercial one is not going to enhance the quality of Montecito. They are changing the 2004 cup, or looking to, which was, you know, the property is not zoned for this. For one thing, it's 1E1, so it should be residential up there. And now they say they want 47,000 cars to come through. But that's only the beginning of it, because in 2004, in the original cup, the commission realized that there were traffic issues. And there's a lot of cut-throughs, their gates for people trying to get around traffic. They're going through their gates and they're using it as a shortcut. They don't even know, the Music Academy doesn't even know how many cars are coming through. In 2004, the FEIR stated that there were 200 a day coming through, just cut-throughs. No business at the Music Academy, just driving through. And of course, they pour out onto Hill Road and Channel, you know, and mainly Hill, because that's a shortcut around the traffic. So traffic considerations were mentioned in the original cup 81 times. That's how important it was. You know how many they're taking out? 81 for the new cup. There is no traffic control management anymore. They're going to say, oh, we do it by using the gate. Well, that doesn't work. We know that doesn't work, and it hasn't worked. The gate's always been there, and it doesn't matter if they keep it open or closed. People still find ways to get through and around. They didn't know that there were still codes being used. You know, I've had meetings with Scott and the rest of them. I have nothing against the Music Academy. I just have something against the traffic that flows out into a neighborhood that has very small streets. It's very dark, no lines on the streets, a lot of walkers, a lot of dogs, a lot of people, a lot of parked cars on the side that can be there till 2 a.m., God forbid. But they are. And now you're going to pour out, you know, weddings, you know, the people have been drinking onto those roads, and they're going to have to pass a minimum of 50 houses, 50 residences just to get to the nearest on-ramp.
I'd like to ask you a question while you're still up there. Was there some alternative egress that was put forth? I understand I talked to the supervisor, Doss Williams, yesterday, and there was some tentative possible ways out and ways in that are not yet implemented.
We would love your help on making that happen, because there is a good solution to all this. Besides the lack of transparency, and remember, they're self-reporting their numbers, but they're only adding up their cars that are going through that they know are there for business. They're not adding up the cut-throughs. 200 a day, that's 70,000 a year. And they're only allowed 47,000. So they have the 47,000 plus 70. There's really over 100,000 coming through there. The solution is to have a different egress. going out of their parking lot, they can shoot straight across to Channel Drive by the cemetery. Now, that would require going across the Montecito sewer property. You know, there's already a road there called Monte Cristo. You could put another one there, or you can fix up that road. You can run something parallel. You could go down by the railroad tracks closer. There's a lot of different places you can go because 90% of that property is unused. So there is a way to fix this and make it so the Music Academy is happy. It's not putting additional stress and pressure on our neighborhood, which we're trying to maintain as a, you know, quaint beach neighborhood. And we're losing that fast, which is why we had to put in speed bumps. Yeah, I bought in 2010. 2009, the Music Academy somehow got rid of all the references to the cut-throughs and said, we'll manage the gate.
Yeah, we're kind of exceeding your time, so if you can try to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, you can ask questions, I guess, but.
So
Stay.
Chair and commissioners, this is an exception. The applicant would need to be apprised of these comments for rebuttal. So I would ask if the commission can limit some of the questions until we bring back and have the presentations. I know we added we're allowing the public speakers because they had a hardship. However, the more we get into the questions, we need to have all the parties here.
And we would love to have a rebuttal with them. We'd love to be all here together, which is what we thought we were doing this morning. So the change in schedule.
So I'm going to allow commissioners to ask the simple question, and hopefully we can end this soon. Go ahead.
Okay, two real quick. Have you had any impact from noise at all over the years?
Yeah, well, we can hear what's going on up there.
I mean, it's a problem.
Well, we haven't had, since we moved in, there haven't been big events up there, right? There haven't been weddings. And if they're starting to offer weddings, which is going to be louder and more people and a lot of people leaving late at night all at once, that's going to be a completely different traffic scenario.
Well, and on the traffic, is it feasible to have the Music Academy make people leave through the main gate as well as enter through the main gate so that they would have to go on to Fairway and off by the cemetery? I mean, could they do it that way?
You'd have to ask them. I think that is a possibility. We've talked about different strategies, but there hasn't been anything put in writing, and it scares me when it's not in writing.
But that would help.
It's not in the CUP to do that. It's not, there's nothing to accommodate or to even analyze other than the self-reporting of their own numbers. We think there should be traffic counters that are online. This technology exists now. It could be an easy online access to the traffic counter that they don't, have any influence over. It just counts the number of cars that come through so they can see what actually is coming through. Then they can subtract the numbers of the people that are supposed to be there and come up with the cut-throughs.
Okay, I think we need to cut this off. We still have a break the staff has to take. So
yeah,
thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for accommodating me. Appreciate it.
Was there another speaker? Come right up. Your name?
So my name is Olivier Leclerc. I am French. I am considered a US person, but I am not a US citizen. I am a taxpayer. I own 1060 Channel Drive, 1640 East Mountain. I have some condo in Montecito Verde. I am the friend of Ty Warner, Karen Kane, me, Bonnie Damron, down to Jane, and all the neighbors. We are friends and we discuss together, and I come to speak to you, but I am not elected by them. Okay? So my recommendation is you keep the 2004.
Say that one more time.
My recommendation is to keep the existing system and to audit what they have done. Now I will try to explain you why. First, my recommendation is the Music Academy should not use amplified outdoor speaker. We speak of outdoor speakers that are the size of this desk. Okay? It's not a small iPhone outdoor speaker. Huh? It's outdoor speaker this size, and there is 6. I am against that idea, and I will fight legally. The second point is they use very big power group. 500 kilowatt. This is 3 times the size of your desk. It's a 2-ton power group. The power group is running during a full weekend. They put it on Friday. It's running Saturday and Sunday. The power group brand is Caterpillar, and the exhaust pipe is big like this, diesel. This is not in the rule, and I am opposed to that. Caterpillar Power Group. I understand the consequence of what I tell you, and it's on the TV. The third point is they use very big bus. The bus is more than 50 people. The driver are waiting all Saturday, all Sunday. The driver are looking the TV with the power group of the bus on during all the weekend. I am against that idea, and I understand what I say can be illegal. I know what I say. The driver is sleeping in the bus, looking the TV during 2 days. I think you should restrict the size of the bus to some van. A van is like 7-9 people. This is okay, but not a super big bus. This is not okay. It's way too big, and the people are coming from LA. The point, the chauffeur, because we speak about fancy people coming from LA, there is some big SUV, you know, like the Uber size. This SUV, they wait 2 days. The driver are sleeping inside and the airco is on. When I go, because I'm just in front, I say, please stop the engine. Go make a walk. It's better for you. No, they stay in the car. They say, I do what I want. This is private property. This is not okay. The driver should be gone. I believe you should ask only for musical event. Now they are opening to religious funeral marriage. And I think this is not good. I could make a French joke to say, when you mix military with music, it's not good. But when you mix political with music, it's very, very bad. So the political, you have your ID, I have my ID, I think should stay out of a residential neighborhood. The political is out and it's only music. We speak about any sort of music. Yes.
Can you wrap it up, please?
Sorry?
Please wrap it up.
So I have to close.
You could say the comprehensive finish, but just no more details, please.
Okay, so I would say, this is bad people. Scott Reed make a small drinking party to invite the neighbor. I have an argument with him because he was parking on the disabled parking. I told him, you arrive late and you park on the disabled parking. If you are the CEO of Disney and you park on the disabled parking, you have no authority and you should be fired. So my recommendation is Scott Reed should go. The board of directors of the Music Academy is not here. All the neighbors are against because they do a lot of noise and a lot of car. We speak about 50,000 cars. So I think I'm happy to come to Montecito. You, the elected people, you should stop this project. We speak again. Another audit. We speak to the neighbor, not plus 50,000 car. And my last recommendation, because I build building too, if you want to lower the car, you put bicycle parking, is what I told them. You put a parking for 100 bicycle. Every hotel in Santa Barbara have bicycle. The people can go with a bicycle, they park the car.
Okay.
That would be so nice. This is why we came to Montecito. Bicycle parking, I listen to music. That is perfect.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. They're helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please,
Appreciate it.
please block them and the neighbor will be happy. Thank you.
Okay. Can we take a break? You have what do you want to say?
Any question?
No, I think we're good here.
Yeah, Chair, I recommend that we end this portion of this and then we trail it till after the Coral Casino. And Mr. Villalobos and I are going to be conferring at lunch on how to make the public testimony available to Commissioner Miller and the applicant.
Okay. All right, then we'll break till what time? 1:15? Okay, thanks.
I was double punching there. I'd like to bring this meeting back into order. I'd like to thank Chair Police for letting me pinch hit for him again. And so Mr. Wilson, is there anything I need to be doing before we just head to the next topic?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I don't believe so. I think the next item is opening up for public comment.
Excellent. Okay. So with that, I'd like to take questions from or comments from the public. I will start with Mr. Doug Large. Absolutely. I'd like to amend that and start with Ms. Seefeld, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kim Seefeld. My family members have been members of the Coral Casino since the 1950s. The agenda description here today, Coral Casino Renovation Project, that's not really what it's all about. This is really an application by Mr. Warner to turn a substantial part of the club into a public place. He bought a private club. The private club status was reaffirmed when he sought renovations in 2005. He's done everything he could since then to erode on that private club use. This application goes to the heart of this land use restriction. You'll see some letters and things from me, a proposal I made to Mr. Warner's people to resolve this, and they want to call it operational issues. This is not an operational issue. It is a land use restriction issue. He won't commit to this public restaurant being completely separate from the club without any ingress, egress controls. That's not in his application. He's not exactly a reliable or trustworthy person. He closed the raft right after he got permission to do his renovations in 2005. It was a really popular and profitable restaurant. Now he says, oh, I can't make a profit. Okay, open the raft. It's been sitting empty for 20 years. He closed the fine dining at the Biltmore. He opened the beach gate to the public. He increased hotel use. He handed out cards for the public to come. Chomp, chomp, chomp. He doesn't want a private club. He tried to get a spa and health club on the west side of the Coral Casino years ago. The Planning Commission turned him down. Why? It's a neighborhood. Why? Because of extreme traffic issues. Now, on the subject of the 40 units of housing that might go in there, Mr. Capello, my dear former colleague and friend, I disagree with him. He said you can't consider that potential future event during this proceeding unless it's an emergency. I think the county, including Ms. Plowman, have called it a housing emergency. So that takes care of that argument. Mr. Warner's spending millions of dollars. How could you ask him to do this? Well, all he wants is a private restaurant. Where's the millions of dollars? He's saying in this application, he's not changing that. He wants to add pools and all this other stuff. That is irrelevant to this application. If you consider granting this application, no carte blanche general manager guests. That's an open, and he said, oh, no hotel guests. General manager will have hundreds of people in there. No unrestricted facility buyouts. He wants to buy out the whole facility. Members excluded. He wants to have buyouts in this restaurant. Members excluded. He wants no physical barrier. To your question about bathrooms and all of that, There will be an invasion of club space to accommodate all these hundreds of people who are going to show up at this restaurant. So if you grant this, do it with strict conditions.
But just in respect for time, if we
I
could
think
land this plane. Yeah.
Mr. Perkins donated his 3 minutes to me, I believe.
I'm not sure that's a prerogative we allow. Is that Mr. Wilson?
You used to.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we recommend not to be donating time. That the standard is 3 minutes as set by the chair, and that could be adjusted. But we want to make sure everyone has the equal amount of time. So
Understood.
we would not recommend donating of time to others.
Okay.
Well, that's a new policy, but I'll wrap it up by saying set strict conditions if you consider this, because he doesn't obey the law. Look what he did up at Montecito. Disregarded his neighbors, did whatever he wanted, didn't get permits. And the neighbor was so ably represented by Mr. Capello, and that all changed. Strict conditions on use. This is a private club. There should be no invasion of the Coral Casino private club. Generations of people have been brought up at this club. It's a Montecito treasure. Please, you're the bulwark against this horrible invasion that's taken place and all this change. Please be the ones to say no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, well, are you good, Mr. Large, or should I go to someone else too? Let's put you next. That would be great. And we will, 3 minutes would be our expectations.
Might be 3:10.
Okay.
I'll be as close as I can, put it that way. Thank you. Again, my name is Doug Large. I've been a long-term member of the Coral Casino, like Ms. Seefeld. In fact, I was the chair of the member committee, which is like the board of directors of the club for a number of years back when the first renovation took place. So I'm quite familiar with this process, at least as it existed then. First, like all members, I want the club open as soon as possible. There's no legitimate reason that the opening of the club should be connected to this application. No legitimate reason at all. The only reason that's given is to pressure the members to support the application. If you support the application, club will be open sooner. That's what we've been told. Second, I'm not opposed, surprisingly, to the goal of this application. In other words, I don't have a dog in the fight about a public restaurant. If two things occur, if the conditions of use make sure that the club becomes more private, not less, which is what's been alleged and promised, and two, the members' rights are protected. Those two things happen, it's okay with me to open the restaurant up to the public. However, the application's conditions so far are woefully inadequate to protect those two things that I think are important, privacy and member rights. I submitted an amended application, a proposed application with strengthened conditions. I sent that email to, I believe it was Ms. Vosberg, and I think two of the commission members, I can't recall which two. I fear that the two that aren't here are the two I sent it to. My point is that my proposed amended conditions are part of the record. That email was sent to Ms. Vosberg on March 11. I have them with me if you'd like me to add them to the record today. My proposed strengthened conditions are necessary, in my opinion, because the devil is in the details. I've been with this situation before, as I said, back in 2003. And unfortunately, the members have reason to distrust the applicant. First of all, as Ms. Seefeld mentioned, was the raft issue. We were promised that would remain. As soon as the club reopened, it was gone. Second, there's apparently a bait and switch going on right now with this application. That's my belief. I brought with me today this enlarged version of what is a slide that was given to the members at 3 separate meetings. They had two public meetings, not public, but two Coral Casino member meetings where the members were invited to come and learn about this application. The intention was to gain our support. This was one of those slides, which was shown at all three. You will see it talks about condition 22, which is the Coral Casino. And it shows various things in red being eliminated. And it shows this entire paragraph being eliminated. This entire paragraph is now, at least a large part of it, back in the conditions. Members were told 3 times it was out. It's now back in. The important thing about this is that it says regular use of the facilities shall be limited to the club members and their guests. That's what we've been promised. Down here, which was taken out, says such regular use also includes guest privileges afforded to the general manager of the club for business purposes incidental to the operations of the club. Now, what does that mean? That is an exception that is so large you could drive a truck through it. And I'm concerned that the general manager, whoever he or she might be, can bring busloads from the San Ysidro Ranch, bring hotel guests over, bring Montecito Club members over, bring anybody they want over as regular users of the club. That condition was promised to be taken out. It's back in. It should be eliminated so that the club becomes more private, not less. So I believe, now I'm not suggesting there was anything dishonest about this. Could be a mistake. I don't know what it was. The fact of the matter is we were promised something, and that promise has now been eliminated in the conditions that you have before you, which is why my conditions I proposed, supplemented, remove that as we were promised, and define things like priority. Members will have priority with reservations. What does priority mean? It's not defined. So I tried to define it in my conditions. So I'm not opposed as long as we can get conditions that give us what we've been promised, ensure greater privacy, not less. And my goal is to protect the members of this club, who I'm honored to be among. And with that, I'll stop because I know you're about to tell me to.
Thank you very much. You anticipate my thoughts, Mr. Large. Thank you. Staff, is there an issue with kind of display boards? Do we need a documentation of that for this process? I want to.
Mr. Chair, procedurally, it was not in the record. However, the speaker did read it. So being that he read it, he read it into the record. Otherwise, it would not have been in the record.
Okay, so there's nothing you need me to do on this topic. Fair enough. Okay. Lisa Soldo?
Hello, my name is Lisa Soldo. I've been a member with my husband and our children when they were young for about 28 years. Much of my feeling kind of follow and Doug Large there about the hotel, the restaurant, and he'll probably do whatever he wants to do, and he wants to make more money. That's fine. But I'm really here as a citizen of Santa Barbara because I am concerned about the impact of parking and traffic on that narrow drive, that channel drive. All the people who go down there to enjoy the sunset at night. There's a lot of people there, especially in the summer. And I just ask you, this is your main job, to look at land use, to think hard about that impact. And I have been privileged to be a member of this beautiful club, which I very much miss and look forward to being able to use again. There are a lot of people who don't have that same privilege. So what do? They go down and they enjoy an amazing, beautiful sunset or take a swim in those waters. And that's it. I just want you to think really long, hard about the impact on the citizens of Santa Barbara and all the people who come here to enjoy it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Solno. At this time, I think we'd like to ask for anybody who is online and wishes to speak to digitally raise their hand. And the first hand I see up is Mr. Jack Timer.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. I've been a member of the Coral Casino since 1988, and I believe that it's important that you all support the staff report that approves the use and supporting what the staff is recommending. I certainly know the other members that have been up to speak. The history of the Coral is a lot of contentious arguments over the years, which I've witnessed. I was on the board for 6 years, and I found that Bill Medell and the team at the Coral were impeccable as far as their veracity. I also think that it's a shame that, because what's really happening here, in my opinion, is what we're again using whatever approval leverage we can to evoke something out of Mr. Warner. And I don't even know Mr. Warner. I've never met him. So I'm just, having been in the industry for a while, I am very sensitive to this notion that we're going to use what leverage we can to stop or alter or delay a decision. And it seems to me the staff report's very clear. I happen to trust the staff and Bill and the other people that they will do what they have said they will do. So I maybe have a little bit different approach towards the overall ownership. And it seems to me that the staff report's clear, it's supportive, and basically the commission's job, it seems to me, is not to be subjective, but perhaps I'm getting it wrong. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Timer. And next up, we have John Wilsack.
Good afternoon. I've been a member of the Coral Casino with my family since 1996. I have the memories of the disheveled state of affairs that the facility was in at the time I joined, and Ty Warner appeared and subsequently spent years getting the Coral and the Biltmore up to snuff, to a standard that Santa Barbara could be proud of. I think that in reviewing the history of it, I've also been a board member and interviewed over 150 new members who joined the club after it reopened in the middle of 2004, 2005. And I've reviewed all the papers and listened to all the recommendations. I think that they've done a masterful job in really cooking it down to two simple things. No hotel guests have a right to use the club. That was a big change, okay, and it increasingly became more difficult for the membership. I live in San Ynez now. I want to travel down with my family. I get there and I couldn't find a place to sit because there are hotel guests everywhere. I think Mr. Warner's doing the right thing for the club by taking it and making it more private. Are there other things that could be done? Perhaps. But at this point, I think it's very important to stay focused on the fact that the club is closed. And with your vote of approval, the club could probably be opened sometime this summer, which overwhelmingly I think is in favor. I don't know how many people, because I can't see what the audience looks like there, but I'm sure if a show of hands or people stood up to say, yes, I'm in favor of these changes, let's do it so we can get this club open. We had that happen up at the Montecito Club with the last Coral Casino membership meeting. And overwhelmingly, people stood up and said, yes, please make this happen. So I ask you to approve this and make it happen for the members of the Coral Casino and also for the greater community, because let's not forget, we host a number of not-for-profits, okay, in that beautiful Pacifica Ballroom. In fact, I can recount the last time we had the Reagan aircraft carrier in Santa Barbara. I helped sponsor some of the events that happened, and one of them was one that happened at the Coral Casino. we invited not only officers, but we invited enlisted. And those people were marveled with the beauty of the vistas and the club. And we want to continue that history and do the right thing here. So please vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Wilczek. At this point, is there anybody else who is present virtually who would like to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and offer the applicant a chance at rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Yeah, there's nobody that's has a priority to open a club and the owner. The club originally closed because of pandemic, and we took the time to do major remodel and major repairs and maintenance. Subsequently, decided to do new construction to add amenities to the Coral Casino. And I agree with Ms. Seatbelt, actually. This club was never really a truly private club. Hotel guests got to use it. They got to use the Tides restaurant, and guests of the hotel also got to use the restaurant. So we consider them the public. We are going one step further after many years of listening to complaints from the members, make this a private club. No hotel guests. We are doing that. The other thing is she mentions giving the run of the club to everybody, opening up the gate to the public and things like that. We didn't control the club. We didn't manage the club at that time. And so she actually supports us in taking over the management and really enforcing the rules and regulations for club members that are affected by these types of things. So we think it's going to be better managed and everything else. Mr. Large referred to a condition. There was no bait and switch done. The slide that was shown to our members inadvertently had crossed off a certain section. But that condition has always been there since the 2005, where the general manager at his discretion could allow other people to come in to use the club for business or marketing purposes. And so that's not changing at all. But other than that, I think we are pretty much in agreement with Doug Large and Ms. Seafeld. It's all about eliminating hotel guests from using their club facilities. And again, I reiterate, the Coral Cafe, the pool, the locker rooms, men's and women's locker rooms, the fitness center, that's all for members only. And so that's a huge give that we're giving by eliminating the hotel guests and just allowing, the one request is to allow the public to use the Tides restaurant, the second floor restaurant, which they've always had use of, which were hotel guests and guests of the hotel. The members haven't supported the second floor restaurant. That's why we're here today asking for this amendment. And so I just will conclude, unless Mr. Capella wants to answer any questions that were brought up on land use and operational, but I'm here to answer any of your questions as well.
Maybe you can describe, what it means when the general manager has the ability to use the club for business purposes, other people outside. Also, it says that outside groups may use the facility for special functions.
Yeah, that's always been in place.
What is
that
means?
That refers to La Pacifica Ballroom, actually. Prior to that, when Four Seasons was managing the club, they would offer the second floor restaurant to buyouts for part of the hotel guests and things like that. We haven't even discussed things like that yet at all. We don't anticipate buyouts of the restaurant. Even with the buyouts of the restaurant, it was not successful. So, but those are operational things, again, that we haven't even entertained with the food and beverage manager of the club.
Mm-hmm. So then why have this language remaining if the notion was to make it much more private?
Well, that's pretty broad. It includes La Pacifica. It includes La Pacifica, which is available to the public. We don't anticipate buyouts of the second floor restaurant, but it's something we can look into. but that's an operational thing. But other than that, there was a question, Mr. Kubik, you asked me about if the Tides could stand alone as a restaurant. When it was approved, it stood alone. It was received all codes, EHS codes, egress and egress, fire department codes, ADA access and everything as it was, including parking. So that was not an issue if the club operated today just by itself, if the restaurant operated today just on its own.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, let me point out a few things I think that are important. Ms. Seefeld, who used to be a lawyer in our office and is a good close friend, is like many lawyers. Oftentimes they're wrong. She can be wrong. She's wrong about the integrity of Mr. Ty Warner and his reliability. And interestingly, she cited a case in which I sued Mr. Warner for another gentleman who claimed that the Montecito Country Club built a sports facility without a permit. When I contacted the county planning department, they immediately took action. And when Mr. Warner found out that it was done without a permit, he called my client, who then called me and said, I just got a call from Ty Warner. Should I take it? I said, sure, take it, talk to him. And they went to dinner that night, and Ty Warner said, I will tear that out, no conditions whatsoever. And he tore out that facility. I've been in this town since 1968. I represented James and Susie Lavinson, who bought the San Ysidro Ranch for $800,000. I was there when the Marriott bought the Biltmore for $6 million. No one can say that the Montecito Country Club today isn't a magnificent facility because of the work and time and effort that Mr. Warner put into it. No one can say that the San Ysidro Ranch isn't the most magnificent facility. And I've watched it go from Mr. Lavinson, who did a great job with it, to Alberto de Soleil, to today. He does magnificent work, and he has been an asset to the community. I'll tell you, I wouldn't have represented him in this case today, but for the fact that he had the integrity to call my client and say, I had no idea that was built without a permit. I will tear it out. $70 million torn out because he didn't know that his manager did that. That was the end of that case. He has the integrity to meet what he said he will do. His team of people here have done one thing that nobody has mentioned, including Mr. Large, and Mr. Large is another really capable lawyer. I remember meeting him for the first time and I went, well, you are Large. Did you change your name? And of course, it was a joke. Sorry, I didn't get a smile out of any of you. Okay. He's a good man too. And he means everything he says. But the point I think that you heard from Ms. Soldo and Mr. Large, and that you have to weigh, is this. You represent the entire community of Montecito, not just those that want a private club just for themselves and nobody else. I guarantee you when the housing issue, if it ever comes back up again, or where it's going to go down there, Ms. Soldo and all of the people that are in here right now are going to be opposing the housing because of the traffic impact on Channel Drive, which is going to be a serious issue. The point of the matter is you've got to weigh, do I represent the elite of Montecito? Do I represent just one portion of Montecito? Do I represent all of Montecito? And in so making that decision, what you have to do is consider the politics involved, but you look to your planners and what they have done. And they have vetted everything Mr. Medell and his team have said about this project. And if they say this is what it is. And you were in the coastal zone. And the coastal zone is to encourage the use of the public in coastal facilities, not as Ms. Seefeld and Mr. Large want to discourage it. And this does increase the public use of a tiny portion of the facility, eliminates the public from the portion of the facility that the club members didn't want them in. And it's a win for everybody. There's always going to be people opposed to things. I can go outside and start passing $20 bills on State Street and somebody will get a sign up saying, hey, that shouldn't happen. It's life.
Well, let me know when you're going to be there.
All right. Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, okay. Okay. I think without questions, I think we'd like to move on from, unless there's more to the rebuttal process. I want to make sure you feel like you've had appropriate time. And now it goes to discussion by the commission. And it sounds like Commissioner Stahl, you have some questions and I have a couple questions too. And let's you lead us out of the tunnel.
I just have a question probably for Bill. When you made the decision about how you're going to take reservations for the use of tides and the seating and all that, were the people who represent the membership, whatever board they have at the Coral, were they involved in deciding the ratio of public seating to club member seating and where that seating is located within the restaurant?
Yeah, Commissioner Stahl, that was all done back in the original 2005 application and approvals. The members wanted their own private dining room. That was all part of the last remodel that we did. And that included 34 seats. That was the members' dining room. That still is in place. And again, our intention is the problem that when we did the dining room is that they wanted to sit where they could get better views and things like that. So they pretty much could sit in the member dining room or any place else in the second floor restaurant. What we're trying to do on this amendment here is that they will continue to have a priority for that room and their seating, but they have a certain priority. And I think this has come up a lot with other members as well. What's the reservation system like? And it's going to be something off the top of my head where say the general public would like to make a reservation at the second floor. Well, they need minimum 7 days or something like that. Whereas the member can make a reservation within 24 or 72 hours type thing. So those are still things that we're working out operationally. And it's in dealing with the manager of the restaurant and his staff as well. But those are things that we still need to work out.
Because, I mean, having eaten there many times, that dining room off to the side doesn't afford the same great views and other, it's separate, it feels separate. So I'm just wondering if the members' representatives are going to be included when those kinds of decisions are made regarding the usage of the restaurant.
We consult with the member committee. There's a member committee that meets every third Thursday of the month. And operationally, hours, memberships and things like that. I think there was actual food committee that kind of reviewed menu items and things like that. That will continue. I think it's actually going to be a better relationship because we will be managing the club, sort of say. So we make the decisions instead of relying on a third party management group to do that for us. And again, I go back to having the former management there. There was a lot of turnover in staff. There were seasonal employees. They bring in top chefs and the top chefs will leave after a year or two to go on to a different property and stuff like that. We just think what we're offering to the members now is so much better. So many more amenities just for the members, bringing in a really qualified and first-class chef and staff, and all the other amenities that the owner is doing for the members only, and for the club amenities, including the new rooftop lounge for members only. So there's a lot of areas that are strictly for members only, and we will continue to do that.
When I attended the site visit, which was restricted to just an exterior site visit, we weren't able to be inside, but it was told to us that that upstairs deck was also proportioned with a section for the non-member people at Tides. And this is what was said to us.
Yeah.
So that's my impression. So if you want to correct that, I would love to
That's,
hear that.
yes, I would like to correct that. That's not true. There were many things said to, in letters to the commission that were completely false.
No, this was in person.
Yeah,
walking.
well, same thing in person, it was in writing. We've heard it, we've heard the same remarks before. That the Mr. Warner is gonna let everybody take free reign over the club and things like that. We went out of our way to go to the Landmarks Committee and to all the other advisory groups to get this rooftop deck approved for the members. It's called the Members Only Lounge, Rooftop Lounge. And so that's all I can say. How,
So that, I mean, it was one of the planners that represents, you know, the Coral, your group, who said that it was proportioned on that deck with shared seating. So I just want to be clear, like, the only people who are going to be using the area outside of Tide's actual interior space, that's only for members.
I'm not sure exactly what area you're talking about now.
Upstairs, like, there's outside deck space outside of Tide's. And again, we weren't allowed to see it. So I'm just speaking from what was
Can you
pointed
put
out.
that shot up of the pool area and some things like that?
No, this is facing the ocean, not facing interior.
Let's get to a slide here. No, let's go to the outside Tides deck, members lounge area. This is the outdoor deck of the restaurant. Is this what you're talking about?
Unless you're building another deck, I'm only aware of one.
Yeah,
deck,
we are
but-
building a separate rooftop deck for the members only.
Okay, but this deck,
This deck is all part of the restaurant, second floor.
and are any of the seats on this deck as of right now allocated to members?
No, it's allocated to everybody.
No, I'm,
So Chair, we can't have members from the public, sorry, chiming in. It needs to be on the mic.
Understood. So.
I apologize, Bill. I'm not trying to, cause a problem, but what you're saying is directly opposed to what was said to us in person.
Mr. Chair and
Street.
Commissioner Stahl, I mean, it was me that was at that
Yeah.
meeting and as well as Aaron Lynch from was representing the ownership. I don't recall telling you that there was some restriction on the use of the outside use of the deck.
It
If I
was
did
shared.
so, I didn't mean to, but my point was what Bill just said is it's open to everyone. So if you're a member of the public, you can ask to be out there. And if you're a member of the club, you can be asked to be out there.
And that's part of the 265
Yes.
seating that,
Correct.
so anybody could sit out there. So where is the deck that's restricted just to members?
The member deck was what it's actually in Bill's slide here a little bit earlier, I think. And that was permitted separately through a substantial and a little bit further. Substantial conformity determination. You can see that a little further. One more. There it is. That's it.
And where does this is like.
This
where-
is on,
where we're
if you're
standing?
facing the Coral Casino, this is on your right-hand side.
Right.
On the second floor. I think we pointed out, there was some glass, you can see the glass there, we pointed out that edge of the glass there to you,
So that one is strictly,
strictly members.
okay. And how does that access?
Stairways and walkways from just to the east of this or to your right of your screen.
So no handicap path.
It's, oh yeah, sure.
So the accessibility is coming in through the Tides restaurant. And that's where the ADA accessibility and the elevator is. And that's how the members get down to this second level, this level. It's a rooftop level right before the private dining room. And if I recall, when I'm sorry, I missed your site visit, but if I recall, you entered or you were standing at the La Pacifica entryway area by
No,
the gates.
We were just on Channel Drive.
That's where Channel Drive,
Yeah,
that's where La Pacifica. And if you looked straight up to that rooftop, this is what you were looking at here.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. And Bill, I'm not sure if you were here when I expressed the comments that were made to me from members about the elevator and the accessibility.
Yes.
So there was just concerns because it's so often inoperative, and I guess I was told
Yeah.
it's a very, very old elevator, so.
It looks really nice, but they're all serviced. They're even being serviced while we're closed. So there shouldn't be any issue with accessibility.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, can I ask one other question? So I imagine in your conversations with the members that there are probably ways to control who gets to go to the restaurant and how a reservation is made. Is there some form of formal governance structure for the members to participate in those decisions?
Yeah, we meet every third Thursday with the member committee. I will say this, and again, I go back to Ms. Seafield because a lot of the things in her letter, we approve, we like. But Mr. Warner himself said, I want to make sure if the general public's using that second floor restaurant, I don't want them having access to the club or coming down the stairway to the club or coming down the elevator and exiting through that club. So we're, even during our construction, we are looking at, and with the fire department as well, how do we do a self-locking door mechanism? So when they go in, members can still access the restaurant through the main entrance of the club. But for dinner hours and things like that, those doors, the doors that go into the foyer where the elevator is, they lock behind you. So the general public and even members would probably have to exit going out the other entry corridor.
Right. I just, my question really was in this kind of meeting that happens every month with the membership in terms of the governance of the club. They are advisory to you?
They're advisory to us. They have complaints. They have complaints about management and staff not doing things correctly, not keeping things clean. They participate with the management with the club events, club member events only, holiday parties and things like that. So that's part of what we do.
Okay.
Question for, I'm sorry, Elliot, what is your last name?
Vosberg.
Vosberg, excuse me. I have a question for Ms. Vosberg. Is the limit the use of the Coral Casino facilities to club members and member guests? Is that a condition of this development plan? Or is this a company, or a corporate policy that is being articulated?
Yes, Commissioner. So that language is already in the condition number 22, where it says regular use of the facility shall be limited to club members and club member guests. Previously, it had also included registered hotel guests, and that has been struck out, but it is part of that condition.
So I this is drifting from kind of, is there a tension between, it would appear that neither the applicant nor you all have reviewed the idea that the tides as kind of an island unto itself, that you get in and out, but the appropriate number of restrooms or those kinds of things, that has continued to be viewed holistically for the whole club, for that whole lot. Is that a correct understanding?
Yeah, I mean, the restaurant does have its own restrooms, but
there has not been an analysis that says the Tides is now a separate restaurant of 265. And if you were permitting a restaurant in the Upper Village, you would have to have X number of restrooms and those kinds of things for that the life safety and ingress, egress, and all of those matters have all been assessed not at the Tides as a island unto itself, but at the facility levels. Am I properly understanding your comments from before, or I don't want to put words in your mouth.
yeah. So when the second floor restaurant was permitted, those things would have been considered by building and safety, and those have not changed, meaning the number of seats haven't changed. And so they would have considered things like restroom availability for the restaurant itself. because that's a specific use.
But I guess where I'm going with this is that when they were doing that consideration, would say bathrooms on the first floor have been included in an account in the total bathroom count or stall count for the restaurant portion?
My understanding is they would have considered just the restaurant, the needs of the restaurant based on the number of seats and the restroom specifically for the restaurant upstairs, not considering any other available restrooms elsewhere on the property. That's
Chair Miller, and I do have an answer that might help you.
Yes, please go ahead.
During the break, we contacted Barry Winnick, who was working under Peter Marino Architects at the time, who was the architect that helped design the project and went through the building phase. And he confirmed that the restrooms were in fact designed to meet the seating at that's in the restaurant. So that we're not relying on other restrooms to service Tides. Hopefully, I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to get to is that and I'll go back to my somewhat stretched metaphor about the airplane that we're not changing the structure of the airplane, but there is this kind of metaphoric curtain that's kind of going halfway down about where people are allowed to go or not go. And my concern is that there are adequate facilities on kind of both sides of the curtain.
Yeah, it seems that from what we were told by Mr. Winnick, that is in fact the case, that the restaurant was designed to fit the use of the restaurant in terms of restrooms. And so if you're going to the public and you use the restaurant, you'll have adequate facilities there without needing to go outside to use a restroom that's for members only.
You know, if you could bring up your slide, I don't know if you have it, A201, the drawing. Sorry, there's a drawing that was given to us in our book.
Drawing A201, if
Drawing A201.
Ms. Vosberg, if you have access to that.
Chair Police,
Was in our
Commissioner Kubiak, could you turn your mic on?
I'm sorry, it was just not tilted towards me.
Okay.
There is a floor plan of the second floor that shows.
Yeah, we submitted one. That's right.
It is within our packet that we are looking at, and within the colored envelope of the restaurant, there are no restrooms. You must go outside the restaurant to access a public bathroom. Just to be clear, that's what this diagram shows.
Into the hallway just outside, right?
Yep. I mean, I'm sure that there are probably
Which is gonna be-
architectural modifications that could be made to limit that. But right now, for a 90-seat restaurant, there's two bathrooms that have a single stall. I'm just not sure that a 90-seat restaurant wouldn't require more fixtures. Yeah, keep going. You'll see it. I mean, I just want to answer. There it is. If you blow that up, if you can zoom in on that at all. I just don't see I see the bathrooms that are outside the pink envelope. There are bathrooms that are accessible off the rotunda, and there are bathrooms that are accessible off that corridor that faces the swimming pool. I don't see any other restrooms.
You don't have can you kind of identify exactly where you're talking about? Are you talking about the members' private dining or the member dining room?
No. I mean, can you zoom even a little further? To where you can see bathrooms. So there, if you're in the rotunda, there's a little corridor that accesses a bathroom facility there. Right.
Are you talking in here someplace?
Yeah, there's two there. You're
Yeah.
pointing to two bathrooms.
Those are restrooms for the cabana users up here.
Right. So
And for the decking up here.
and there are two more, there's another bathroom that's behind the elevator in the rotunda.
These are well, there's several stalls and restrooms for the Tides restaurant behind the elevator up here.
Yes, I'm not seeing it, but those bathrooms are accessible from the rotunda behind the elevator, not from inside the restaurant.
The access to this is on the second floor only for the restaurant.
Yes, I've been an architect for 40 years and looked at a lot of plans. I don't see a way into that bathroom from inside the red line.
Commissioners, if we could help, maybe, are you concerned that there's a development standard that's not being met? Because there's no
Well, we're trying
development
to
standard.
clarify.
Mhm.
I think that, my fellow commissioners have been trying to clarify what's the veil? How many are people traveling in and out of the restaurant to move into club members area in order to support the function of the restaurant? And as
Okay.
far as this plan is concerned, that is how this will work.
Okay, understood. I think it's
I mean, we've
important.
just been kind of dancing around this,
Sure.
and that I do not see any bathrooms within the restaurant confines.
Okay, there's
They're all-
no land use requirement that a bathroom be located directly in the restaurant.
No, I get it. It's not
Okay.
a code issue.
Okay.
I mean, if we were designing this,
Okay.
we'd have access to every bathroom in the
Yeah.
facility
Sure.
to make the count work. The
Yeah.
question that we're having here is from the members is what's in the restaurant? What's not in the restaurant? Can the restaurant function as a standalone facility without moving into members' areas? And the answer to that is no.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
I'm trying to figure out
Yeah.
how that happens.
The answer is yes. The Tides Restaurant has its own restrooms and facilities here. The Coral Cafe below has their own restrooms for that facility. The locker rooms have their own restrooms for those facilities. And then the members who have these cabanas and out here on this deck have these exterior restrooms over here. I think that's where I'm pointing. Yeah. But these restrooms here are all for the restaurant. And they were built to code. They were ADA accessible and everything else. So,
Okay.
we're not
So you go-
changing.
But you do go outside into the rotunda to get to those bathrooms,
Well, here's the hostess stand.
right?
You walk right here on the balcony,
Yeah.
indoor.
Yeah.
And it's right here in the corner.
So
There's no-
is the,
all right,
is
never
the
mind.
pink,
There's no doorway into that bathroom from the pink area.
is, I go back to the term,
Sorry.
limit the use of the Coral Casino facilities to club members and member guests. Perhaps inappropriately have deemed that to be the pink area. And if it's not the pink area, what is it that is the restaurant? Or is the unlimited, to define something as guest, as member only versus unlimited access? I think that is how we boil down the question.
Commissioner Marshall, are you trying to ask, does the purple represent the restaurant?
I'm trying to ask, does the purple represent the limitation that is characterized in the language, limit the use of Coral Casino facilities to club members and member guests?
Then that's a different floor plan we should be looking at.
So if Ms. Vosberg read the project description, and I'm happy to read it again, with the exception of the second floor restaurant. This is what they're proposing. Regular use of the facility shall be limited to club members and their guests only. So it's very hard for staff to help right now because we're not sure of the question that you're trying to ask. Are you wanting separate bathrooms for the new members of the public that they're proposing? Like, we want to help.
Yeah,
We're
no,
just-
I appreciate
okay.
that. I am very open to the idea that I'm speaking about this inarticulately and my questions are not precise. So as long as you give me your indulgence, I'm more than happy to try and muddle
Can
through.
I borrow your pointer? Just so that I'm clear in my own mind. so that my
Mr. Chair,
commissioners
Mr.
are
Chair, can I just call a 5-minute real quick
Sure.
so we can get the information for the commissioners? Can we just call a 5-minute
Absolutely.
break real quick?
5 minutes. Mr. Wilson, let's have a 5-minute
Mr.
break.
Wilson, I'm not sure what information we're trying to get yet. Okay.
I'd like to call this meeting back to order.
So Chair Miller and Commissioners, thank you for the break. I think we understand the questions being posed in 5 different variations. It's fine. The applicant, I think they understand it, and they may have a proposal to amend their project description. What we're talking about isn't necessarily a land use regulation or restriction. I think it's an understanding how it'll operate. I think the applicant will be able to provide some clarification and a potential change to help clarify it for the commissioners.
Thank you, Jeff, and Mr. Chair, members of the commission, and Mr. Kupiak. I think I understand. So hopefully I'm going to describe what I think is going on, and if you disagree, let me know. But first of all, I think we need to redraw what is considered the restaurant, because I think I see your point, to include these areas which are part of restrooms that serve the restaurant. This door here is an emergency only door. It's alarmed, so you can't come in from that side, and you're not supposed to go outside either. And so that kind of provides that curtain I think you're talking about. And so really these restrooms are only used by folks, members or otherwise, that are in the restaurant. And we can submit a revised site plan exhibit that shows this restaurant to include those areas. I think that would be more clear to your point.
More clear, and
for sure. And we're willing to do that and to specify that door and identify that as an exhibit, that it's exit only, if that satisfies what you're getting at. Thank you.
So, Commissioner Stahl, you have some more questions, and then I'd like for us to proceed to deliberation.
In terms of tides and the members, how are you addressing the bar?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, can you?
The seating at the bar, is that included in the restaurant seating? And what kind of priority is given to the members in terms of use of the bar?
Yes, Commissioner Stahl, all interior seating is all included in the number of seats, including the bar. Again, there's always been a conflict of members wanting to get there to sit at the bar, or a hotel guest is there or something like that. But those are types of operational things that we just have to deal with as time comes up. We can't put restrictions where we're only going to allow people to sit or things like that.
Well, but we're here really to represent the community, which includes the public who are going to come use the restaurant, but also 600 members of the community. And if the members want to have access to and from the bar and be able to use that at their discretion. You know, there's nothing in anything that's been provided to us that addresses that.
There's nothing operationally here in what we're requesting in our conditions at all. But what's happened before is members can go up to the bar. We're not going to restrict that. If you plan on dining at the restaurant, you have to have a reservation. Okay, and that goes for members.
So you can't just go up to the bar.
Members can, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, the public can. They have to, if they're going to dine, they can go sit at the bar and have a drink before they're getting ready to get seated, but they must have a reservation first.
Okay, so. Okay. And then just one other sort of technical question. When you're reducing the number of reciprocal memberships to 60, is there a limit on because somebody could live here and belong to Riviera Country Club and just use the coral like they were a member because they're reciprocal. So is there a restriction on their use?
Yes. Part of the conditions of approval of the club is that reciprocal guests are limited. And I can't remember, somebody can help me, but it's not to exceed 14 days in any 1 month. So if they could come back and forth, or they could stay in a vacation home and stay, but they could not stay consecutively for 14 or 15 days.
So out of each month?
Each month, yes.
So if somebody was used 10 days, 1 month, could they come back the next day and use another 10 days?
They could come back the next month.
Right.
The next month, yes.
So it could be sort of a serialized membership in effect.
Well, yeah, but we control that. We also control what reciprocal clubs are. And
Right, and Mr. Warner has his own club, you know, which I'm sure is included in that.
no, it's not.
The Connoisseur Club is not.
Yeah, it'd be 75 miles away as a reciprocal member. So if you're in San Diego at La Jolla Beach and Tennis Court, yeah, you could come up to Santa Barbara.
And yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It would be one of the reciprocal
Yes.
clubs.
Mhm.
Okay, because it's part of what we're approving, and it just seems like that impacts the membership because.
But we're reducing that. We're even doing one step further by reducing it by 50%.
Yes, but there's still 60 left. Right? I'm just trying to clarify because there's a tremendous amount of material here and I want to make sure that whatever we approve, I really understand.
Okay. Currently, 120 reciprocal members could come to Santa Barbara and use the facilities. They need to have a reservation. They're charged a daily fee to use the facilities. What we're saying now is that we're going to reduce that from 120 to 60. The terms and conditions still apply. So many days out of the month, the daily fee that you have to pay. But by reducing it from 120 to 60 helps with our parking and traffic as well. So that's why we're recommending that.
And that's like, that includes if it's a family of 5.
Yes.
That reduces it to 55 other people.
Yeah.
Okay.
But bear in mind, and again, we're doing exactly what the club members have been asking for. Make it a private club for members and members guests only, no hotel guests, which is really the elephant in the room as far as numbers and the capacity and the use of the club.
Right, but 60 people.
But it's per month and there's not 60 in every given day.
Commissioner Stahl, can we help? Okay, we just want to help. Okay. So the memberships already exist. So they've already been approved. Aaliyah is going to read to you the language. So you're not approving new memberships. They already exist.
I understand that.
Okay.
I completely understand that. But I'm saying that even though you reduced it by half, there's still 60 memberships per month. And I'm just talking about the people who, can't get a place to sit by the pool,
Okay,
and I just want to clarify these reciprocal memberships. What exactly do they look like and what privileges do they have and how restrictive it? Because
Chair, the other thing that you should bear in mind is that the other clubs give our members reciprocal privileges. So we start cutting everything off, then our members suffer. And we have a lot of members that travel throughout the United States and other places that look up a list to see, is there a club that I could use while I'm on vacation or I'm on a business trip or things like that. So.
But this is a much smaller club. I'm just really wanting to know in terms of people being able to enjoy using their club, that they have the opportunity to do that.
There's actually going to be more availability at the club now that the hotel guests won't be using it.
At this point, I would be especially interested to entertain a motion on this topic.
Commissioners, 1 second, we'll bring up, I think the memo had,
No.
okay. So this is accurate. Yep. Are you sure?
Yeah, because it references.
Oops.
Chair and Commissioners, there was a memo submitted on March 31st. These conditions were in that memo that had those revised conditions of approval in that memo that we went over today. Staff could refresh the commission's memory if you would like. However, staff, this is the recommended actions that staff is putting forward for the commission to consider.
So as a chair, I can't move.
I'll make the motion to approve the recommended action. make the required findings for approval of the proposed project specified in the attachments A of the staff memorandum and attachment A2 of the staff report, including CEQA findings. Approve the addendum to 04 EIR 0000000006 as provided in attachment C of the staff memorandum pursuant to the CEQA guidelines, section 15164, and approve the proposed project case number 22 AMD 504005 and 22 CDP 503079, subject to the conditions of approval as included in attachment B of the staff memorandum. And I would only add to my kind of reluctance to be the one to make this proposal, but I would just suggest that Mr. Warner, especially, and his team do a much better job at being transparent to the community. Because I have to tell you, I'm tired of getting asked questions all the time. Everybody wants to know what's going on and no one knows. And if people actually knew what your desires and plans and intentions were, it would probably reduce the vitriol that goes on in Montecito. So that is just a suggestion as a condition number 4.
Is that, that's not,
No,
to be clear,
it's
that's a
not a
metaphoric
consent
condition. That's not a documented condition.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Kubiak, for the motion maker, if you would like to also amend your motion to say approve the proposed project as revised today, to capture what their agent indicated as far as the line on the site plan.
And to approve the motion as it will be revised to show a different border on the restaurant, but we understand how it all works.
Can we add another condition?
So I because we're operating as a little bit of a small crew here today, that motion needs a second, and that's not my role as chair to second. So we turn to you, and if your second involves additional conditions, you have to ask for a friendly.
Well, procedurally.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, you could second if you want, or Commissioner Stahl.
Oh, I can. Oh, okay. Being new to this chair, I'm learning. Okay. I will second, and now Commissioner Stahl, do you have a amendment to the motion?
Well, I would just like some kind of reassurance that the members have a say in how Tides is allocated in terms of its seating and usage. Not even usage, just how the seating is allocated.
Commissioner, are you suggesting adding language to the project?
I don't know procedurally how that's done. I just think that that's a missing element here. And I don't know how to address that properly.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, so I think you're in deliberations right now. And so my recommendation is you would deliberate as a commission. And so Commissioner Stahl, if that's what you want to discuss as part of the motion, you can. The chair could call up the applicant for further clarification, but we have a motion a second. So we're in deliberations now. And so that's what my recommendation is that you deliberate as a commission. Chair, if you want to call the applicant up for further clarification, you can, but I think we're really into deliberations. And if the motion maker or the majority of the commission doesn't want to go that way, then you can move forward with a vote.
So if I understand this correctly, that you're proposing a friendly amendment to the motion. And what we are looking for is clarification on whether or not there is language that's within the power of this body to amend in the way that you're describing. So I don't know if that's a question for you to, yeah, if that's a question you would like to direct to Mr. Pettit or well, okay, or Mr. Pello. Okay.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think staff and the attorney for the applicant may be able to answer that question that Ms. Stahl has, or Commissioner Stahl. But Chair, it's up to you if you want to call them up. I think it's condition number 23. We'll give you that assurance as a spoiler.
My inclination is to start with Commissioner Stahl. This is at your discretion. I don't mean to be telling you what to do. So
I just want somebody to give assurances that
Sorry.
Yeah, I just want somebody to give us some assurances that the membership has a say-so that will be abided by Mr. Warner in terms of sharing the restaurant with the general public.
So Chair and Commissioners, Chair, if you would like to entertain the attorney to provide that clarification, you may, as a point of order.
If you would consider offering your insights, Mr. Capello.
Thank you. I think to answer the question of the commissioner, it is already in the conditional use permit. It's condition 23. It reads, a committee of at least 7 members of the Coral Casino, elected from time to time by the membership, known as the Coral Casino Member Committee, shall be consulted on all substantial changes in major Coral Casino policies, including, but not limited to, hours of operation, dues, staffing level, conditions of membership, and membership applications. The purpose of that, done way back when and consistent to today, is to do exactly what you have asked, to give non-equity members the power of how to run it without anything else would be something that would be, I think, beyond the pale. But this has been the way the company has operated with a member committee, and you know, we want the members to be happy. That's the most important thing. They're not happy now because it's closed, but look how beautiful this thing is going to be. It's
So
going
Chair,
to be magnificent.
Sir, I think you've answered the question.
Yeah, okay.
So moving, maybe it didn't answer the question.
Sorry. I mean, I'm specifically speaking about the use of the bar and restaurant. And I have just not experienced that a group like that in a consulting role is often adhered to in terms of policy.
Well, what may I ask what you're suggesting? Are you suggesting that people that don't own the business decide how the business is operated?
No, I am saying that people who pay big sums of money to be members there and have been members for decades, that they have a say-so in what you're proposing in terms of use of the restaurant, where they get to sit.
A say-so is fine, and they have that. They have a membership committee. You want to add more members to the committee, we'll consider it. But there's a difference between a say-so and a veto on how it's being operated. That's up to the head chef and the people that are running the business to make sure the business is operated successfully.
Correct. And I don't have any problem
Right.
with that. And I don't mean to belabor this at all. I know
Right.
people are here for all different reasons. But I'm just saying that I think to consider this proposal where the members are sitting in some of the least attractive seats in the restaurant, and that's what they're being allocated to, that they should have some say-so.
Do you want to add to this, Mr. Medell, or? I don't.
So Chair, my recommendation is that the questions go to the chair.
Okay.
We're getting prolonged.
Yeah.
And so either we're going to answer the question or not. And so there is a motion and a second, so we can call a vote. Or if Chair thinks that there's some clarification that can be achieved, but the answers are going on longer than necessary.
I appreciate your guidance, Mr. Wilson, and I will exercise a firmer hand. My apologies. Commissioner Schnall, I think what we want to land on is there specific language you would want to add to the motion such that we would be able to put it to a vote? And I realize that's putting you on the spot, and I apologize for that, but I'm sorry.
Just something along the lines that the club membership committee, as a committee representing the membership, is able to be a part of the decision on how the seats in the restaurant are now to be allocated. Now, not what was in there before.
Okay, so Mr. Wilson, Mr. Pettit, is that, I think there's a question about whether that type of language is within the scope of Montecito Planning Commission's authorities. Is that? No, am I
So
going in the
Chair-
wrong direction
yeah,
here?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'd recommend against it. We're drifting into operational of how the business is run. The item before you today is a land use entitlement.
But it's
And-
part of what they're,
So I understand. So, or maybe I don't understand, but I would recommend against adding those operational criteria on that. There has been a first and a second on a motion, so we can decide on that motion. What you're suggesting is not part of the motion that's on the table now. So what you're suggesting would either be adding a condition, modify the project description, but you would need to tie that to either a finding or some nexus is why that is necessary. And I think the project as proposed.
I just want to say, I think that the issue of them coming up with a reasonable way of making reservations and controlling by having people have to be days in advance versus right on the spot will help ameliorate that condition. So
but they're designating where those seats are.
but not if you're making a reservation in advance.
But that's,
I'll get the seat I want.
no, that's not correct. I think I'm just gonna. not vote.
Okay,
I'll
okay.
abstain.
I think
That's fine.
I'm sorry to
No, that's,
democratically muscle you on this one,
No.
but I'm gonna call for the vote. Mr. Kubiak. Commissioner Stahl.
do I just abstain?
So-
It's up to you. Yeah. you
So-
can say nay or I think abstentions have to have an
So
explanation.
Chair,
Oh,
Chair
give it my-
Miller.
Am
thank
I
you.
mavericking here in ways that are not helpful to
Just
you,
a little
Mr.
bit.
Villalobos? I apologize.
So let's have Mr. Villalobos call for the vote and we'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Stahl, I know you're, this is baptism by fire today for you. If you don't want to support the motion, you can either abstain, but being that it's a small, no, I'm hearing no. So you either vote an affirmative or a negative. Because there's only 3 members today, so we need an affirmative vote. So that would be either an affirmative vote or a negative vote. So don't abstain.
Okay.
That'd cause me some other problems.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Kupiec. Commissioner Stahl.
Nay.
Chair Miller.
Aye.
Motion passes 2-1.
Let's all enthusiastically welcome back Chair Palice.
Mr. Chair, before Mr. Bleachay does come back, can we do a 10-minute break?
A 10-minute break.
We'll get started here. This is item 3, even though it was item 4. Our number system is off today. But anyway, welcome the Music Academy and all those in the audience. So staff, shall we? Yes, got a question?
Chair Puliche.
Already interrupt.
Welcome. Welcome back. I was on a streak and I thought I'd just keep it going. So Chair, just for the matter of the record, I do want to make a couple clarifying points.
Okay.
One is that during our lunch break, we did receive 2 public comments. That was recorded. Commissioner Miller, who was absent at the time, has watched it and he's ready and able to participate, having watched that public comment. And then in addition, I want to acknowledge that the applicant's team has also indicated they have observed that public comment as well. So as of right now, that testimony that was entered in, all parties have observed it and we're ready to move forward with the hearing.
So the applicant is prepared to discuss that point further.
Chair Puliche and Commissioners, that is correct. They've watched it and they can offer rebuttal to that at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Jeff?
And then the last part would be ex parte.
Oh,
If we
yeah.
haven't done that already.
Oh, okay. Ex parte. Should we start to the right?
I have no ex parte comments.
Well, I did make a visit to the Music Academy of the West with the chair to discuss the project.
I wasn't there. No, I wasn't. Okay, so Commissioner Stahl.
I've spoken with different individuals who wrote letters into addressed to the commission. And I've spoken with prior or ex supervisor Susan Rose.
Okay, I happen to speak also to Supervisor Das Williams on the subject. Anyway, shall we begin with the applicant's staff presentation? Boy, how soon I forget. I'm off the stage for an hour and a half. Okay, you're up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Steve Connor, and I'll be presenting the Music Academy of the West CUP revision project. Here's a vicinity map to orient you to the project site. As you can see in this aerial image, the existing property and structures are located off Fairway Road in an area south of the railroad and Highway 101. Prior to the Music Academy, the site was used as a private estate and as part of a country club. The Music Academy obtained its first CUP to operate on the project site in 1951. The Music Academy obtained its current CUP in 2004 for a phased master plan in which the Music Academy reconstructed a number of buildings, modified landscaping, upgraded utilities, and constructed new parking lots. 93,500 square feet of floor area was permitted and built under the 2004 CUP. The CUP included various construction-related conditions of approval, such as landscape, tree and historic resources protection, lighting requirements, traffic control, and noise abatement. The final phase of construction for the master plan was completed in 2017. As part of the 2004 CUP revision, public attendance caps were established, including an annual cap of 47,000, which also included seasonal caps of 22,000 for summer and 25,000 for non-summer seasons. The daily public attendance was capped at 900, and the number of public attendees at any given time was capped at 330. Additionally, student enrollment was limited to 150 total. The 2004 CUP also established limits on the number, timing, location, and type of events allowed on campus. A maximum of 41 events per year was established to allow meetings, seminars, and nonprofit events on campus. Weddings, which had historically occurred on campus, were disallowed. The 2004 CUP was also established limits on events with amplified sound to twice per year. These events were also limited to no longer than 2 hours per event. Event locations were limited to indoors or the cloistered outdoor courtyard. amplified sound was limited to the spoken voice, and that sound was not to be loud enough to be heard outside of Music Academy property boundaries. Under the 2004 CUP, operational traffic and circulation issues were addressed by a cut-through reduction plan and parking restrictions. The cut-through reduction plan was implemented to prohibit the public from cutting through campus for purposes not related to campus operations. The plan included providing signage along East Cabrillo Boulevard and Channel Drive, Fairway Road to discourage cut-through. The plan also included providing an entrance gate and monitoring traffic by attendants. All parking was restricted to campus only, with no off-site parking allowed. The cut-through reduction plan has been fully implemented. The Music Academy proposes to update the CUP document and revise several of the conditions of approval to better serve its current and foreseeable needs. The revisions will create operational flexibility while also maintaining the annual and daily maximum attendance restrictions of the 2004 CUP revision. Additionally, no new structural development is proposed. A large number of the 2004 conditions of approval have been satisfied with the completion of construction under the campus master plan. The CUP document will be clarified by using a strike-through format for those conditions of approval which have been satisfied. Several key operational changes are proposed and outlined as follows. The Academy proposes to eliminate the distinction between summer and non-summer attendance caps, but the annual and daily maximums will not change. The any given time attendance cap is proposed to be increased from 330 to 410 persons, and student enrollment is proposed to increase from 150 to 175. Significant life events such as weddings are proposed to be reintroduced as an allowed use. A maximum of 15 events would be allowed per year, with a maximum related reception attendance of 225 persons. The Academy would provide noise and traffic management staff to implement best practice strategies. The resale operations at the Rack and Treasure House would be eliminated. Currently, resale operations are allowed from noon to 3 p.m. 6 days per week. The structures would return to residential use for visiting musicians, faculty, and artists. The structures would also be available for use as rehearsal space and preparation space for significant life events. The number of events with amplified spoken word would be increased from twice per year to 17 times per year. The fixed or permanent seating in Hahn Hall is proposed to be increased from 300 to 350, while the number of seats in Yuzurdi Aga Hall would be decreased from 92 to 42. So while the Music Academy is proposing to increase certain events and create greater flexibility in their operations, they would continue to adhere to current daily and annual attendance limits and would still adhere to existing activity hours and sound level requirements at property lines. Under the current CUP, outdoor events are allowed in the courtyard between Hahn Hall and the Luria Education Center, zones 7, 8, and 9 in the center of the figure here. The Academy proposes to allow events, including those with amplified spoken voice and acoustic music, in several additional locations here. New self-management strategies would be implemented to address any noise and traffic associated with events. These strategies were recommended in the applicant's acoustic analysis of the proposed operational changes. These strategies include limiting events with acoustic and spoken voice in zones 1, 3, 4, and 5 to no more than 2 hours total. The same type of events in zones 2, 2.5, 7, and 9 would be limited to no more than 4 hours total. Amplified music would be continued to be prohibited. Speakers for amplified spoken word would be directed away from property lines whenever feasible. The Academy would provide a monitor dedicated to the management of ride-to-share assistance, which will help prevent potential nuisance traffic associated with lost or confused drivers. The Academy would require facility renters to provide personnel to manage each significant life event. The Academy would designate a staff member for receiving noise complaints from the public, and the Academy would required that an additional security officer be present for all significant life events to ensure guest compliance with Music Academy policies and requirements. These strategies will address the proposed increase in number of events, and those events will be regulated in a manner that no increase in sound levels will be heard outside of property boundaries. The initial cut-through reduction plan was implemented in 2004 to reduce traffic impacts associated with the build-out of the master plan by controlling vehicle traffic through the Music Academy campus. After evaluation of the initial plan's effectiveness, an interim cut-through reduction plan was designed and implemented prior to occupancy clearance for the phase 1 build-out of the master plan. Informational briefings on the effectiveness of the plan were held by the Montecito Planning Commission, and analysis indicated that the cut-through traffic had been reduced by up to 77% by the year 2006. County staff determined that the interim cut-through reduction plan was effective by the end of the non-summer season of 2009, with the completion of the phase 1 construction of the master plan. The current CUP will be revised as follows to reflect the current program, which has been in effect since 2009. The access card system at the entrance gate will be formalized, and each card will be valid on an annual basis and renewed as necessary. During the summer program, the entrance gate will be open from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. weekdays and Saturdays, except for evening events with traffic attendant. The gate will be closed all day on Sunday. During the non-summer program, the gate will be open from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. weekdays and closed all day Saturday and Sundays, except for events with traffic attendants. A traffic attendant will be present at the entrance gate for any public events held outside of the open gate hours. The attendant will monitor and record license numbers of any cut-through traffic and issue verbal warnings to associated drivers. And the existing site and county signage along East Cabrillo Boulevard, Channel Drive, and Fairway Road will be maintained to discourage cut-through traffic. The revised cut-through reduction plan will remain effective in reducing traffic impacts, and no new significant impacts will result from the proposed CUP revision. The proposed CUP revision complies with all ordinance and policy requirements. Per the ordinance definition of uses, the Music Academy is an educational institution, which is a permitted use with a major CUP in any zone district. As mentioned previously, the Academy has operated under a CUP in this location since 1951. There's no new structural development proposed with this CUP revision, so there will be no change to the project's compliance with the required minimum lot area, setbacks, or height limits. The traffic and parking analysis indicated that there has been adequate parking available during monitoring of peak summer concert and masterclass events, and the proposed operational changes will not exceed the amount of reserved parking that has been documented during monitoring. Consistent with Montecito Community Plan and the comprehensive policy, proposed CUP revision meets requirements with regard to adequate services, land use, noise, and transportation and circulation. The applicant provided surface availability letters for the proposed change of resale shop use to residential and accessory uses. The proposed changes in operations will not exceed the current maximum daily or annual public attendance caps. The proposed strategies for management of acoustic levels during outdoor events will be consistent with current standards. There will be no significant increase in roadway volumes or intersection delay as a result of the proposed changes in uses and programs. The previously certified EIR was prepared to analyze the impacts of the master plan development and operations approved under the 2004 CUP revision. As compared to the existing approved CUP, the current proposal will not result in any changes with respect to impacts. In accordance with CEQA guidelines section 15164, an addendum was prepared to the previously certified EIR because none of the conditions requiring a subsequent EIR occurred. The project requires only minor technical changes or changes which do not create new significant impacts. The proposed changes are within the scope of the previously certified EIR. The proposed project includes previously instituted measures to address concerns with these impacts to ensure the proposed changes do not cause new impacts. These include maintaining the daily and annual attendance caps, eliminating retail shop uses, which is a reduction in traffic and parking demands. Continued implementation of the cut-through reduction plan and implementing noise control measures during outdoor events. In summary, staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for approval, determine the addendum together with the EIR is adequate, and grant approval of the project. And that concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions the commission might have. Thank you.
Any questions here? Start at this end.
What is is life event a defined term? What is a life event?
I believe there's a list including quinceañeras, anniversary celebrations, birthdays.
Oh,
et
okay.
cetera.
I guess that, as you say it, it makes sense. Thank you.
Hey, Bob, anything? No questions? Sandy,
I have a question.
go right ahead.
Okay, in terms of the significant life event. Oh,
Get closer.
sorry. In terms of the significant life events, how are you accounting for the number of people that are not attendees of the event, as you've sort of focused on, but the people that are like caterers, wedding planners, photographers, people bringing dance floors, or, you know, any of those things? How are those accounted for in your numbers?
Commissioner Stahl, we don't have any conditions in the CUP that limit staff associated with events. And I believe possibly the applicant may respond to that with more detail.
Okay.
Other questions?
Hey.
Yes, go right ahead.
First, another like what isn't a life event is like is entertaining clients like, I mean, I should we understand this terminology to be restrictive in any way, or is it just everything that isn't music?
Yes, the life events there is a distinction between generally two types of events. There are fundraisers, which would be separate seminars. Those are not considered significant life events.
But if like I wanted to host the real estate agents of North America or something like that would be in this nomenclature, a life event.
Sure.
No, that is precluded from this. I guess what I'm trying to get at is how would this be, say, different than like a convention center or kind of, you know, a broad diversity of activities of any group that wants to rent it for any purpose? Is there?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Miller, a couple of things to keep in mind. One is just recall that what we're talking about is all under the scope of the fact that they're still subject to the daily cap of 900 people that's been in place since 2004 and the annual attendance of 47,000. So whether you call it a significant life event or a seminar or a meeting, it's all counted towards those caps. So the significant life events, as Mr. Connor indicated, that was something that was stripped out of the prior CUP. It had historically occurred, but it was disallowed. So they're trying to reintroduce that. They're already allowed under their existing CUP for a number up to 41 seminars, workshops, fundraisers. So I'm guessing that some of what you're talking about might fall into that category.
Okay, so I don't mean my questions to be perceived as negative. It's just, this is more kind of working through definitions and understanding. We have local community support, nonprofit events, and then we have kind of significant life events is best understood as the everything else bucket. If I'm mischaracterizing it, please tell me.
Perhaps the applicant might want to weigh into this one as well. They might have a better indication, but just think of a significant life event essentially as a private function.
Okay. Private function. Okay, that is a definition that makes sense to me. Thank you.
Okay. You got more? For the applicant, or you want to wait to the applicant, or you want to talk to staff?
Well, the staff, I have a question. Have you considered having the ingress and egress all from the main gate? So that when people leave, instead of going out the side gate to Hill Road in particular, like, could people be directed to like somehow circle back and go out the gate that's on Channel or Fairway? I don't know where the split between the ends of that street.
Probably should ask the applicant that as well, I think, huh?
Okay.
What do you think, Alex?
We can certainly defer to the applicant. I can say that that wasn't proposed, and so we evaluated their project description, which was to maintain the existing circulation system. They're not proposing any structural improvements or circulation improvements to their property. So it wasn't something that, given that they're staying within their existing caps, that staff felt the need to compel them to redesign their circulation system.
So
Yeah, but would we be correct that there's an existing cap that's not going to be changed, but the frequency of the use of that existing cap may change? If I'm allowing more events to occur, my cap's still 900 people a day. I may be using more days than.
So if you're using an average of 700, it may go to 800, but it's still within the cap. That's sort of what they're proposing, I would think. It's not going to get less, it's going to get more, but it's still under the cap. Is that how we understand it?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there are also certain things that they no longer do on the campus, and we'll let the applicant maybe speak to some of that to try to offset some of the changes in activity levels.
And regarding the access that she mentioned, the possibility of returning out the entrance, as our understanding, there is no other way out than what we're using now. There's no possibility of using, like, for example, the sanitation district or the private road. Those are not allowed. And
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, correct. So this is not a new issue. If you look through the material from the 2004 CUP, this was a hot topic back then, as it is today. At the time in 2004, it was determined that the current access that is in place today was adequate and appropriate, and so they are sticking with that. The limitations are the fact that the sanitary district is their own governing body. We have no authority over them. We cannot compel them to grant an easement through their property. And we've inquired, just as was done in 2004, and they've indicated no interest in having traffic flow through their property. The other option is Montecristo Lane, same issue. That's a private road, not a public road. So we have no authority or no governance over that road. So we can't require an applicant to obtain an easement over a private property that we have no control over.
okay. Yes. Another question. Thank you for answering that.
When this was approved in 2004, was that prior to Fairway becoming a one-way street with a bike path? What was the condition of that road at the time that this was granted approval? Because it used to be a two-way road up until at some point, and I would love to know when that was approved, if it was before or after they put in the bike lane after. Yeah, so the conditions are different.
Commissioner Stahl, Will Robertson, we asked him from Public Works to be here. David, do you see him online? He may know that. We don't have that information.
You might have to text him. He was here earlier. I don't see him currently.
Okay, we'll try and get that info for you.
Well, the applicant may be able to answer these questions as well. Anyway, before we go to the applicant, is there any other questions for the staff? Besides that little paragraph, you want to bring that up later? You know, there is a paragraph we've been kicking around, and I'm sure we can get the applicant to talk about it, but in granting this permit, the Board of Supervisors made pretty clear language that said that don't come back to us for asking for more. And I assume you're of the opinion that they're not asking for more, just a change. So we're not in defiance of the Board of Supervisors paragraph.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm familiar with that statement. It was added as sort of a preamble to their CUP by the Board of Supervisors. A couple points on that. One is no decision maker, current, past, can tie the hands of a future decision maker. So even if they were asking for more, that prior statement does not bind you from granting more. So that's one point. Second point is, yes, I think staff's perspective, and I'm sure you'll hear from the applicant, is they're not asking for more. They're asking to reprogram within their existing limits.
They're asking approval for something that was denied previously, correct? Well, you were denied weddings. That was specifically denied. It
So
was
Chair and
requested.
Commissioners, so
Yeah.
just for a point of order, we probably should hear from the applicant, but not have a dialogue across the.
Plus, it's gonna go through me. Okay. It's all right. Being nice is your first day. Next time. No. So, shall we move to the applicant then? Are we ready to hear from them? I think we are. I know Jeff is, that's for sure. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair. Thank you, staff. We're happy to be here today, finally, for this hearing. We have our project team here with us, Scott Reed and Mimi Doe with the Music Academy.
Could you
Scott
just
Shaw-
introduce yourself just for the public?
Heidi Jones,
Okay.
Scott Shell with ATE, and we have Sarah Tobbitts, who's our acoustics engineer, who's available on Zoom. I'm going to hit a couple quick points just on the topics that we just discussed, and then I'm going to hand this over for Scott, and then we'll go back to the details. So in terms of uses, we talked about the significant life events. It was really intended to capture not only weddings, but bar mitzvahs, celebrations, baptisms, memorials, those types of events, not necessarily anything else category. And this CUP is one of the most regulated ones in the county. And if you look through it, you can see that it has very specific conditions related to meetings and seminars, and specifically defines what can happen with nonprofit events, fundraisers, et cetera. So this is not a catch-all category. It is an additional category, is how I would explain it. In terms of the weddings, I just want to point out, it was not something that was eliminated or prohibited or denied in any way historically. It was offered up in negotiations with the prior CUP process. So it was a give, it wasn't a take, and you can't have that. So I'll be back for more, and here's Scott Reed.
Thank you, Heidi. Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you so much. We're really honored to be able to present today. I'm Scott Reed. I'm the president and CEO of the Music Academy. Now, is somebody clicking? Can we click it a couple forward? One more right here. Great. So I have the opportunity to give you a little status of the Music Academy, what we do, and how we want to be looking forward. First, we have been in our current location since 1951. We've been members of our neighborhood for 72 years. The mission of the Music Academy is to train the next generation of great classically trained musicians and to advance and cultivate a discerning and adventurous audience. Now, we do this in three primary ways at the Music Academy. First, we have a world-renowned summer school and festival that takes place mid-June through if you can just go back one more, back the other way. Yeah, great. Thank you so much. The 8-week summer school and festival goes mid-June through mid-August, and we accomplish our mission in two ways. We bring the most talented young musicians in the world to Santa Barbara to study with a star faculty roster. The second way that we achieve that during the summer is we're a performance-based education. We do 100 to 200 public performances that gets our fellows on stage performing in front of an audience over an 8-week period at venues throughout the community. The second way that we accomplish our mission is year-round programming. We recently launched a SING program, a community-wide children's choral program, the first in Santa Barbara, which is now serving 180 kids, representing 29 of our schools in our Santa Barbara County Education District. A innovation curriculum, which provides training and investment funding to our alumni for creative-based business ventures, a community studio program, which rents out our teaching studios throughout the year to local teachers so they can teach students and families in our community, and exchanges. Our most current exchange is a residency with the London Symphony Orchestra that takes place in London each fall. The third way of the three primary ways we achieve our mission is running a responsible business and financial plan. This means that we balance our budget every year. We maintain our buildings and grounds for community enjoyment and safety. We provide our donors a return on their philanthropic investment. We maintain 4 stars on Charity Navigator, which is the blue ribbon standard for nonprofit business ratings. And we always strive for new ways to diversify our revenue stream so we can deliver our mission in the best way possible. Our results from our mission: we are now one of the most competitive training programs in the world for classically trained musicians on the brink of major careers. We are a hub for music training in our community, and we are a treasured estate gardens and facilities enjoyed by our community. Since we were here to discuss our CUP in 2004, we've completed and fully funded our multi-year facility upgrade plan. This has included a campus endowment, which ensures the community and our neighborhood that our buildings and facilities will stay in an as new condition. We have significantly enriched our programming locally, nationally, and internationally. And we've expanded our productions and presentations and cultural offerings off campus, which has helped us work strategically and creatively within our current CUP. A few examples of how we have been able to do this with off-campus events. You can switch the slide, thank you. In 2014, we launched a program with the Santa Barbara Bowl that we present an annual concert in the Bowl. This is an event where we had the New York Philharmonic performing for a sold-out audience of 4,500 people, tickets for $10 and all children for free. Next slide. Our Sing program that I mentioned before, now serving nearly 200 kids in Santa Barbara County. This is taking place at 6 after-school sites. The rehearsals don't take place on a weekly basis at the Music Academy. They're actually in the schools. And once again, this is a feeder program. And so we're representing students from 29 schools in our county district. Next slide, please. Our innovation curriculum that I mentioned. This is delivered in partnership with leaders of the Design Thinking School at Stanford. Innovation enterprises launched by our alumni take place nationally and internationally. And lastly, our results. And there's a lot of different ways we can look at our results in measuring our success against our mission. One key one is our alumni and what they're doing and where they're at. You can switch slide. Right now, this current year, we have 32 alumni with the Metropolitan Opera. We have 17 alumni with the Chicago Symphony, 18 alumni with the New York Philharmonic, including the Concertmaster, 22 alumni with the Los Angeles Philharmonic, 13 alumni with the San Francisco Symphony. Very proud that we have 14 alumni in our local Santa Barbara Symphony. And then signature partnerships, formerly with the New York Philharmonic, currently with the London Symphony Orchestra, leaders, as I said, from the Stanford's Design Thinking School, and a very proud partnership with the Young People's Chorus of New York City to help facilitate our Sing program. Next slide. A summary of our current CUP. This was approved in 2004. Campus renovations, as I had mentioned before, all in that CUP are complete and have been fully funded. The Music Academy has been compliant with all conditions of approval in that CUP. The county has received no neighborhood complaints since 2004 among the CUP. The way the commission and the community can help us now, 2 things. One is help us update and simplify our CUP. This means changing our building names to our current building names, removing conditions that have been met, and make the document more operationally functionable. The second way that the commission can help us is to create operational flexibility that will allow the academy to realize financial and operational sustainability as we look ahead. We ask for this strategically and respectfully by making meaningful changes to our campus use, such as closing our on-campus retail shops, which were open 6 days a week, and canceling May Madness, which brought 1,500 people on campus in one day. We no longer do this event. I'm pleased to say that the end result in our proposed CUP revision It has no change in our pre-approved attendance caps and no change to our operational business hours. I'm going to invite Heidi Jones back up to give you more details on the revision and the projects that the Music Academy is presenting to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Music Academy has lived successfully within their CUP for nearly 20 years. And what we're asking for is simply the reorganization of it, and was carefully planned to not have any additional impacts in any area, and to allow them to be fiscally healthy. We offset, everything that's proposed is offset. So if we have seat changes in one hall, we have seat reductions in another. We have an event proposed here, we reduced an event there. Intentionally because it was, such an extensive CUP, to make this as simple as possible and allow them to have flexibility in their operations. It also responds to community requests for these types of events and these types of programs that we are proposing. And it doesn't change their use from what it is to a commercial venue just by allowing some significant life events. That is not the case. So the restrictions of the CUP remain in place that regulate the use of the campus, and the proposal is carefully crafted. We will switch over to a couple slides. I forgot about the slides. I'm looking at them on my thing. You can go to the next one, please. Okay, so I'll just touch base on a couple of the details of the specific request. The Han Hall seating capacity, from 300 fixed seats to 50 temporary to just 350. There was a prior condition that required removal of seats during certain times of the year, and it's just not practical and just not reasonable. Part of that condition that remains is that of those 350 seats, 330 will still be available to the public. The any given time request from 3:30 to 4:10 is simply to allow to have more than one event than just in Han Hall at one time. So if you have an event in a Han Hall, that precludes you basically from doing anything else on the campus. You couldn't hold a smaller class or event somewhere else. This just allows that to happen. Seminars and meetings, again, consistent with the Han Hall request, they're still capped at 41 a year, but we're updating the participants from 175 to 350. Again, all of these while maintaining our annual caps. Next slide, please. We're requesting a change from the biannual reporting to the annual reporting. While operationally, the Academy still has summer and non-summer events. It just doesn't make sense we're just going to stay within these caps. It gives them, again, a little more flexibility. So let's get rid of the biannual reporting and just have one singular date for reporting. A small increase in student population of 25 and 10 parking spaces. A reintroduction of significant life events. And with that, the repurposement of the Rack and Treasure House uses, retail uses, which is a great offset for this use in particular, and especially the daily trips associated with it. Some repurposing of the caretaker residence. So in addition to a caretaker, it could be a Music Academy employee that utilizes that. Storage building to have admin uses, and studio uses to have arts and wellness programs within them. Next slide. The significant life events. In terms of other people, caterers, florists, wedding planners, etc. Again, because we're remaining under these caps that are already established, the Music Academy already has events that has florists, that has those types of people, that has caterers. Again, none of that is changing, but it's not analyzed necessarily in any traffic counts or otherwise, because those are not drivers, correct? So the proposal is for 15 significant life events a year, up to 225 people. The hours are limited to 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. with everything broken down and vacated at the site by 10:30. And that's consistent with existing conditions of approval for other events. They can happen indoor spaces except for Han Hall. And amplified music is only limited to interior halls, none outside. That's only acoustic music. There are 9 zones that in garden zones that these could be held in. And it comes with self-management tool to not only monitor the event itself, but specifically sound as well. So as staff went through their specific zones and hourly limitations that are associated with those, and includes security, rideshare requirements, self-management, and Music Academy management as well. And I just wanted to note again that doesn't necessarily mean more events or in the neighborhood. It's just another option. Next slide. The acoustics associated with the significant life events, again, no outside amplified music, only amplified spoken word, and that is limited in hours, limited in zones. The renter is required to provide personnel and management. It is limited hours, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. with acoustics until 9 a.m. There's a designated contact, and there's the 2 indoor halls that I mentioned. Next slide. I think this repeats what staff prepared, so we can skip it unless you have questions. All right, traffic and VMT. The cap is the cap is the cap. That does not change. So what we're proposing does not increase traffic, does not increase VMT, it does not increase intersection carrying capacity or operations. We appreciate the neighbor participation. Planning is a public process, and we respect that. At the same time, I think there's a perception that there's traffic generated by what we're proposing. But the fact is, because we're doing it in such a delicate way, that is not the case. So there's some statistics on that. And we also got some great letters of support as well that you might have seen in your packet. I wanted to offer that based on some of the comments that we heard, that in addition to the significant life events management that already included, that we would like to add a traffic and parking manager, be dedicated year-round as a staff member at the Music Academy to manage those concerns. And during significant life events, there would be a traffic monitor, and all traffic could exit in only one way out to the fairway as an alternative. Next slide. We've got plenty of parking in terms of the capacity, the demands. There are no impacts for it. I also wanted to mention that there is a plan already in place for the Academy to add 40 bicycle parking spaces to their lot. Speaking briefly just on the topic of traffic and parking, a neighbor comment about diesel buses. Again, we're not sure what that came from. They shouldn't be idling or sleeping in their cars. So there might need to be some check on that. And I know the Academy has looked into another option like electric buses or things like that, but it's just not financially practical at this point in time, but we'll keep that in mind. Passenger van idea could be studied, but as an alternative, but that would include additional traffic assessment that has not been done. Next slide. Access, we talked a little bit about this, Montecito Sanitary District, again, the history of that. There's just a lot to it. I don't believe that there's a nexus for it because there is no impact to, to require it. And a practical matter, we'd have to get easements through the sanitary district, and Montecito is owned by the 11 adjacent property owners. So 12 other people would have to agree to an easement. We'd have to study those impacts, potentially widen the road, remove trees, et cetera. It's just not a feasible alternative.
May I ask you a question here?
Sure.
Regarding that Montecito, it says in here that there might be a way that could be possible. You just don't want to pursue it, or you think it's a non-issue that shouldn't be explored?
It has been explored, and we looked into the ownership of it with county staff as well, with Will Robertson in transportation, and the way that it was dedicated historically. The adjacent property owners, I estimate that it's 11 when I counted, all own it to the center of the road. So it would require 11 parties to agree to give that easement.
But have you tried to do that?
We have not tried to do that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that option also would require CEQA analysis because basically you're shifting impacts from one part of the neighborhood to the other. Okay, next slide. A favorite topic, CTRP. There was an extensive interim program during construction through phase 1 that was wildly successful. As you can see, up to 77% reduction in cut through traffic. And in fact, recently Music Academy and Mr. Shell did some counts with the gates closed and not closed, just to kind of get a pulse on where this was, and there was no difference at all in the numbers. That program again was successful. The final program includes all of the items that we talked about: access cards, vehicle registrations for staff and students, traffic attendant requirements for all events outside open gate hours, the summer and non-summer gate program closures, signage and license plate requirements remain unchanged. And I just mentioned that all of this still would be monitored with the county through permit compliance and through annual reporting. Next slide. We have been through a complete and thorough planning process for about 2 years now. We think there's a complete and thorough staff report. We hope that you can make the findings for consistency, the CUP revision request, the EIR addendum, et cetera. We think it's appropriate and adequate. We're here for questions.
Okay, anyone here? Bob or Marshall or?
Questions for you.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing we've heard, I mean, I'd like to know a little bit more about this. I'd like to know a little bit more about this traffic control monitoring person that might be added. Is this language that will be added to the CUP? Because the one complaint that we've heard is about idling
Understood.
traffic. You know, I mean, clearly the two issues that you brought up that
Right.
might be mitigated are, one, if we can force traffic away from the back gate so that,
Sure.
you know, we're pushing more traffic away from a residential neighborhood, that's going to help the situation. And if we can stop buses from idling, because we're getting feedback about, you know,
Right.
general pollution. So I think if there were an active management program, someone designated to monitor that, that would certainly help ameliorate that situation.
Sure. That's something that we thought would be a good offer that would help alleviate some of those concerns. So it'd be a full-time year-round dedicated member of the Music Academy who would monitor all of those things. The second piece of that was specific to significant life events only for the exiting, the one-way exiting.
Marshall.
Does this change in the CUP prevent the return someday of May Madness? It was a particularly beloved event by me, but I can appreciate if it doesn't exist now, but could it return, or are significant life events number counts replacing May Madness?
The May Madness event, if I recall, was very large. So something like it, another type of event could happen as long as they remain within their annual and daily attendance caps, they could do something else other than that. But I don't believe there's an intention to bring that event back.
Okay. Andy, you have a question? May Madness, is that a question?
No.
Okay.
No, I miss it as well. I didn't understand, and I'm trying to go back to what was said a while back, but you said that the caterers, florists, dance floor mover people, those aren't counted. Why?
They
said something, not drivers or something.
Yeah, maybe Mr. Shell can speak to those a little bit, but they're just not technically counted.
Hi again. Didn't have a coat to change into, so you see me as I was this morning. I think as I understand it, they would drive and they would be subject to the single day limits that you have. So there's a how many people you can have on site at any one time. They would be subject to those people on site. They typically drive a couple people per car. You know, the guy's got his assistant photographer and we usually see about 6 or 7 extra cars in an event for those people, but they would be subject to the event and one day and at any one time limits to the academy.
Thank you.
Can I keep going?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So in terms of the significant life events, it was just, and I know this is sort of a theme of the day, but when were the whatever bathrooms are going to be used for? Because if I understand this right, the way it's been presented, you could conceivably have 2 events on the same day. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
Yes. So that would seem to be pretty heavy usage of everything that's there, the parking, but additionally the bathroom. So can you just share with us when those were updated and how much capacity that is compared to the number of people that could conceivably be there at one time?
I'm going to ask Mr. Reed to talk about restroom operations.
Yes, so we did a $50 million facility upgrade plan between 2004 and 2017, which made our entire campus ADA accessible and has all the requirements for any amount of people on campus and any amount of time per our CUP for restrooms and any other type of facilities, water, things like that.
And would your kitchen that is in you've restricted it to just preparing meals for students and things like that, but would that be available to people? Would caterers come and use your kitchen?
Yeah, and it still is. It's available to, we're allowed to do events on the Academy campus in our current CUP, and caterers do use that for nonprofit events that take place there and so forth. We have a pre-approved catering list that we require our renters to use. So the caterers that come to the Academy know our equipment, they know how to use the facility, they know the proper safety, and they also know the standards of business that we require at our facility.
A question, are you satisfied with your bus contract? Are they doing a good job?
They're doing a great job. We are satisfied with them. But I will say, we are an organization that's always striving to be better. So we're always constantly looking for new ways to be more effective in everything that we do.
It's good.
Is there any kind of not a restriction, but is there any kind of focus on if you're going to be doing these events that they be done for the community? Rather than somebody in New York who's performed at your academy and then, can we do a wedding here? And, all our guests are from out of town. So.
We don't have any specific parameters around who can rent the facility for the significant life events. I'll say the Music Academy, we are a community local organization based in Santa Barbara very proudly, but we are a national and international organization as far as our mission and our reach.
Okay. And basically the impetus to do this is for financial gain by the Music Academy.
Absolutely. It is to diversify our revenue profile so we can take some constraints off of the philanthropic community here and grow our program and deliver our mission in a greater way.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I think we're ready to possibly hear from the comments from the public. David?
So I do not believe I've actually received any comments from anyone in the room, any slips.
No.
If anyone wants to speak, go ahead and fill out a slip in the back of the room. We do have some hands on Zoom.
Okay.
And if you want to speak, if you're on Zoom and you would like to speak, go ahead and raise your virtual hand. If you don't want to speak, that's fine too. So see some people moving to the back of the room. Let's start with do you want to start with our one hand on Zoom?
Sure.
Okay. So our first speaker will be Marge Caffarelli.
Oh, I didn't.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go right ahead.
Montecito Planning Commission, thank you so much for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Marge Caffarelli. I was on the board of the Music Academy from 2008 to 2017 and was board chair for the last 3 years, 15, 16, and 17. I rejoined the board in 2020 and am currently on the board. And I would just like to say that this is a really important revision to our CUP for the Music Academy. The thing that is so, I think, important for everybody to understand is that this is really a no impact proposal. I know that Scott and staff and Heidi and consultants have really labored over this and have really been incredibly mindful of not creating any additional impacts to the community and the neighborhood. The operating hours, the increase in attendance, traffic, all remains the same. The reduction and lessening of the impact from the Rack and Treasure House, having fewer people coming to the Music Academy as a result of those closing, I think is a real win. And it's a really important strategic plan on behalf of the Music Academy in terms of, you know, the financial sustainability. I think we've all seen the need for businesses to really look at their business as a result of COVID and how that has impacted so many organizations. And I think the ability to have, you know, 15 significant life events per year really will help ensure that financial sustainability. I just want to say it's one of the most well-run organizations I've ever been involved with. And I know that this will be an incredible boon for the Music Academy. And I just want to also assure you that they take all of these things very, very seriously. I know that whenever there are events on the property, we have people monitoring the cars, the parking. So I thank you for your time in reviewing this CUP revision, and I hope that you will find it reasonable and that you will vote to allow this very important change to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So is there any more outside, or we just go from here? All right, Tony Morris, are you there? Go right ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Tony Morris.
3 minutes.
And I'm the current president of the Rotary Club of Montecito.
Oh.
And which is actually celebrating its 70th year of community service this year. And we meet at the Music Academy twice a month. We're very fortunate. It's a great location. We actually have food brought in from the local restaurants in Montecito. So we actually have an economic impact as well. And I'm here today to lend my voice of support to the request of the Music Academy. As you've heard, it is they're not asking for an attendance increase. They're not asking for hours of operation to expand, and they're not asking to increase traffic. But what they are doing is they're basically doing some forward thinking, some strategic planning to make sure that the Music Academy will be sustainable, and it will certainly be relevant for generations to come. I can relate to that because the Rotary Club International has done the same thing. If it had remained idle after all these years, it would not still be in existence. It would not be doing community service projects both locally and internationally. So we've made changes over the years as well. The Music Academy is a well-run organization. Scott Reed and his team do an outstanding job. And I want to do a special shout out to Mary Twite, who is the Director of Guest Services, and Chris Buckpitt, who's Director of Facilities. They collaborate and make sure that our meetings that we have at the Music Academy go off without a hitch. All the logistics are taken care of. And I'll give you a quick example. Last December, we were fortunate to have the 5th grade choir of the Montecito Union School perform holiday songs at one of our meetings. They made arrangements for the school bus to be parked in a designated bus parking area where buses and larger vehicles are parked to avoid any kind of traffic problems or parking problems. And naturally, the students were accompanied by faculty and parents, but the Music Academy sent representatives from their staff down to greet the students and to personally escort them safely to the place where they would be performing. And I got to tell you, there's nothing like hearing a 5th grader say, "Oh my gosh, I'm performing at the Music Academy." That was a pretty big deal. By the way, on a side note, I'm also on the board of directors of the Montecito Trails Foundation, and we've been fortunate to have our annual membership meetings at the Music Academy the last 3 years, and ditto, the same thing, just flawless execution. It's not only a cultural gem, it's a community partner. I'm going to end by saying the Rotary Club has the members embody a 4-way test, 4 principles. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? In my opinion, the Music Academy embodies all those principles as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, yeah, you're right on cue. You should. So yeah, I think it's is it Maurice Singer? That we got that right? What's that? Oh, do we? Thanks a lot.
Hi there. Thank you so very much.
You got 3 minutes or
for
so?
seeing
Go
us.
ahead.
Okay. I'm Maurice Singer. I'm chairman of the board of the Music Academy. I'm honored to be chairman of the board of the Music Academy.
We're honored to have you.
Thanks. The Music Academy is dedicated to the community of Santa Barbara. And we don't say that lightly. We take that as an honor and we take it as a duty of ours. And we are not only dedicated to these wonderful fellows who come from all over the world on an annual basis, but also to the young people, like people in our Sing program that we've started and has been enormously successful. This proposal is important to us. It is necessary for our sustainability, for our financial sustainability. And it's also necessary in our community outreach to our people. It has no impact in our attendance, no impact in our operating hours, no impact in traffic increasing. It was very thoroughly and I think smartly looked at, and all of the suggestions made for this proposal have gone through a great deal of thought and effort from the board to our members, to our faculty, to our staff. It's a responsible evolution of our 2004 plan. Almost 20 years since we've been here. And this is what we're asking. Nothing extraordinary, nothing outrageous, in keeping with what we need to maintain the relevance and sustainability of the Music Academy. It's a very well-run organization, very community-minded, always. So we ask you to take this into consideration. We've done a lot of thinking about it. We think we've made it approachable for you. And we think that it's a very, very needed improvement for the Music Academy and for the community. Thanks very much.
Thank you for coming, speaking. All right, Brian Mays or Maya Mays. All right. Byron, I'm sorry about that.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Byron Mays. I am the Finance and Database Manager at Music Academy of the West. And I wanted to just quickly speak about their impact. I am also a former fellow. I spent 2 summers at the Music Academy in 2020 and 2021 as a vocal fellow. And Music Academy has been an incredible support for me as a fellow and then now as a staff member. During that time, during 2020 and like being in the COVID year, I guess, was when I made a decision to move away from performing and more into arts administration, and they have supported me in every step of that way. This past summer, they allowed me to work there as a summer job as I was trying to get my feet wet, and then from conversations with our CEO and our CFO, they could talk to me about my future plans and allowing me to join their team and to work with them. And I think I speak for any fellow that Music Academy is and continues to be a large support for us, in a place where we feel welcome and seen and understood. And I think that this proposal in this plan is simply from that desire to financially diversify so they can continue to be an impact and they continue to influence the lives of their fellows in their community. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you very much. Shall we go to the outside comments?
We we do have a couple additional hands on Zoom, and if there's anyone else doesn't have their hand up and would like to speak, go ahead and raise it now. So our next speaker will be Star Duffy, to be followed by Daniel Dokos.
Hello, my name is Star Duffy. I'm just a community member that has a vested interest in the Music Academy. I sing for the Santa Barbara Choral Society. We practice and rehearse there tonight on Wednesday nights. Occasionally we will have a event there. And then I'm also the mother of a child that is in the sing program that Music Academy graciously sponsors. And I'm just here lending my voice and support for what they're asking for. I think it's completely reasonable to ask for a small amount of changes to their conditional use permit in order to provide someone like me with the amazing services that the Music Academy provides for both children and the opportunity for me as a wannabe awesome singer to show up, use their beautiful campus, and feel supported. So I wholeheartedly ask that you grant them what they're asking for.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy. Next is, who do we have, David?
Our next speaker will be Daniel Dokos.
Hi, it's Dan Dokos here. Thanks so much for allowing me to speak. I am a newly elected member of the board of the Music Academy, and I've only recently become a part-time resident of Montecito. During COVID, when it came about that we moved to Montecito, the Music Academy was really a huge attraction for me. I am an amateur cellist and have taken a great interest in furthering my personal musical career with teaming up with the Academy. What's been requested here, I think, really is going to enhance the sustainability of the Academy, and I think it's really important for Montecito, for the community, and for the music education at large, that this institution stay as healthy as it is. And I think these are very modest requests being made by the Academy, and I wanted to just lend my support to the great things that the Academy is doing, and would ask your sincere consideration of these requests. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We have one more here, and that is Casey Dunn. Oh, your time's up. Sorry, not kidding.
I wanted to echo some of the comments that have been shared. I'm a parent of a child who is in the SING program, but I'm also affiliated with the Music Academy as an employee there. I live in Carpinteria. I'm the Vice President of Innovation at Music Academy, and Music Academy brought me from New York City to help integrate and expand some of our capabilities that happen on campus. But I want to emphasize that this has always been thoughtfully done in ways that has brought many talented musicians to our campus to train, but has again stayed within limits that while Music Academy acts as a hub, the impact in our community are so not only dynamic, but felt in many performance venues offsite. You saw that range of alums who come here to study and then make an impact both in Santa Barbara and beyond. This thoughtful proposal that you're seeing allows Music Academy to continue to function as a hub, but do it in ways that respects not only the neighborhood, but grows the impact that it has with the community, both on-site and offsite. As Ms. Duffy shared, our SING program is one of the ways we do that with school-age children throughout Santa Barbara County. This is a program that like some of our others, is known throughout the country and the world as making impact and doing it in ways that happens in few other places. This proposal, as you've heard, enables Music Academy to have additional financial resources to, again, grow that impact in ways that can happen in few other places and at few other times. So I encourage you to consider that in the impact that this can make both with school-age children, emerging musicians in their 20s and 30s, and our community members of all ages. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public wise?
I don't see any additional hands up.
I ran out. I won. I got more than you did. Sorry. So I think we should start our deliberation if we could. And we'll go to the left here first. Sandy, do you, Ms. Stahl or Commissioner Stahl? Get that straight. Do you have comments and your process?
Well, comment more that if I read this correct.
Oh, did I miss something? Sorry.
Just put your mic on.
Oh,
Chair, I'm sorry, Commissioner Stahl.
am I rushing things here?
Just a little bit. I know we're all anxious.
Sure.
If we could just have the applicants some time for rebuttal from public comment. I think it was all.
Was there not? I don't think there was any.
As long as the applicant felt that they were able
Oh, that's
to
right. This
respond
morning.
to the other
Okay.
comments. I think they did in their
They did, but
address.
didn't satisfy you, I guess.
But if they wanted to respond to the
Yeah.
affirmative public
Okay.
comments, that
You do have one more chance here to talk about if you want transportation in the form of buses or the egress questions that were brought up earlier on today before lunch. But I thought you did talk about it, but you can say more.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I don't think we have too much more to add other than, we hear the concerns and we're willing to work with the neighbors, and there's, someone always available if anybody wants to file a complaint or have a discussion. And I think the, offerings that we gave and so, to add to the project description or condition of approval would be helpful for that. So yeah, unless there was a specific comment that you wanted me to speak to, I think we covered what we wanted to. We're pleased to have a lot of neighbor support, especially Mr. Shakowitz, who was a very active in the project in 2004, who came all the way around to be a huge supporter, who's also a neighbor. He submitted a written letter.
Very good.
Yep.
Anybody else? Are we good? I think that I must say that I'm impressed with the transparency and the ability to be humble with your presentation. I appreciate that. Okay, back to Commissioner Stahl. Don't stall, go ahead.
In looking this over, I see that they're actually asking for 32 additional events. And based on the fact that what they haven't had complaints based on what they're already entitled to, I can only imagine that adding 32 events and with the stipulation by them that there could be 2 at one time is a big impact on a neighborhood that's already impacted by the Coral Casino and anything that happens on the tennis courts and everything else. And I just keep going back to the fact that I think the Music Academy is incredible, but it exists in a residential neighborhood on a residential zoned lot. And I just feel like the impact on the neighborhood and the community is not offset by the reasons why they want to make these additional.
Okay, but we understand that they're not going to exceed their capacity as been approved in 2004, as I understand it. So we have to hope that unless you have a problem with that number and want to speak to it.
Well, but it includes amplification of music and sound that wasn't approved previously. And I just feel that what they're asking for, it looks simple in and of itself, but when you add it to what's already there and how tightly compacted the neighborhood is, I just feel like this is, I feel like the people who wrote the paragraph that you read from the Board of Supervisors, they were talking to us.
I hear what you're saying. Do you want to have a comment on this while we're on it? It's the only topic here. Here, we can't hear you.
Anybody sitting here who doesn't love the Music Academy of the West. I mean, you guys are a shining gem. You do international things and the talent that you bring and what you do with musicians around the world it's fabulous. You offered a couple of things that I think would help ameliorate the concerns of the neighborhood. So I just want to offer some language because I would condition this approval. And one condition would be that for life events, ingress and egress be directed through the main gate. As a condition. Second condition would, Music Academy of Mess they will assign a full-time staff member to actively monitor and direct parking and vehicular flow issues to mitigate neighborhood traffic impacts. And those would be my two conditions to make this approval work. And I think that's what the neighborhood is asking for. I think we want to make sure that buses aren't idling. I think if there are going to be additional events and we're going to have more life events, that traffic needs to be directed in and out through the main gate.
I think this is a little more complicated than we are making out to be, because being an old infrastructure guy, you would have to do some studying to see whether or not that actually even works. I can imagine possibly using egress, but
the reason that I say that is that us knowing what the changes Caltrans will make over the next couple of years, the on-ramp at Cabrillo Boulevard will be reactivated, which means anybody who exits past the cemetery is going to have an immediate access to the freeway right there. And we're really only driving by the sanitary district and the cemetery. I have no doubt that no one in the cemetery is actually going to complain about traffic impacts. So to me, yeah, this is Montecito. People have loud voices. We'll see.
So do we have transportation, or are they around Public Works that anybody is still not gone home yet? Is he on? Who is it? Okay. Yes, there was a question earlier, wasn't answered, but I believe that in 2004, there was two-way traffic in front of your gate. Is that true? Were you around then? Oh, there's the Associated
Mr.
man.
Chair, Scott Shell with Associated Transportation Engineers again, and I have been around that long.
I know, I knew you
As
then.
we think way back, Channel Drive used to actually go all the way around and connect back down to the beach.
Yes.
It's now a bike path in front of Mr. Warner's house. So that fell into the ocean. And when it fell into the ocean, the county says, we have to close the road. And so when it fell in close the road, that's when they changed the fairway to a one-way system.
Yep.
Because the little piece that connects down.
But
to the
what
beach
year was
too
that?
narrow. It was prior to the 2003 CUP.
Okay. All right.
And the reason we know that is because that falling into the ocean created the cut through issue that was solved through the CUP. You started cutting through instead of
Okay. So since you're here,
Yes.
maybe you can help with your
I would
question.
just comment that, we're looking at a COP 19 years later. Within less than this 19-year period, the 101 changes will all have been implemented, and we'll have roundabouts at those locations. And I think many of our concerns over congested traffic and how people will egress the facility, I think for the sake of the community that lives on the other side, if in fact these events are trafficked through the main gate, I just can't imagine that this isn't going to work.
I would agree through the chair. I think what we're talking about is just a traffic management plan on site. The system coming in and out isn't wide enough for two-way flow. So that's why it's one-way flow. But you just would have a flagman that controlled
Right.
before and after the events, just like Caltrans.
You'd have
does.
someone over at the entrance to
Exactly.
Ty Warner's.
If somebody did try to get in while the event was ending, you would stop them and then you would let people out and then you would let the guy.
Has
in,
that
just
ever
like you
been
would.
attempted or tried? Have you ever tried that where you block traffic?
If there's a situation where the road is blocked, a tree has fallen or something like that, storm, flooding, yes, we've had to use the entrance as an exit. And
How was that?
Did
it work?
Yeah, of course. I
Yeah.
mean, it's
I guess
infrequent.
we're
but-
asking the idea possibly of lighting the load for that neighborhood.
And I think that, we're the ones that came up with the idea of having a year-round full-time member of our facility team being dedicated to parking, traffic, circulation, new methods that can move us forward successfully. And so I think the combination of those things are going to be very positive.
Okay, so you're open to the possibility you might be able to come up with some better ideas exiting these life events if you thought it would be helpful for the neighborhood?
Absolutely.
Well, depends if we have a motion or not. So any more questions or thoughts on deliberation? Yes, go ahead. Whoops.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, based on what Commissioner Kubiak
yeah.
indicated, I think staff is going to draft something up. So that if that is the majority of the commission would like to consider that,
Okay.
we can put it on the screen. We'd ask for a 5-minute break or so.
Yes, let's do
Do
that.
that. I don't know if Commissioner Miller has something more to add before we do that.
I was gonna make a motion with the inspiration of Commissioner Kubiak. So.
Okay.
I just want to tell you, Dick Shakewitz is a dear friend of mine. And if you were able to co-opt Dick Shakewitz on your side, you've done way more than I can do.
So I would move that we,
Wait, Commissioner Miller, if your motion is going to include these changes, if it's okay with the chair, we'd like to have those.
oh, I thought they just got,
No.
they're still getting rid of it.
We can use 5.
Yeah. Take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back. You could stay if you wish, or you can move those legs. Okay, we're back together again. All in the family here. All right, we were looking for an author of this amendment here, and I guess Mr. Alex Tuttle did it for us here. So, what do you think, since you asked for it, does it meet your?
These are the conditions of approval that I would. These are the conditions of approval that I've asked for.
Okay.
Accurately written.
Marshall, next question.
No, I make a motion
Well,
to. Oh, so, okay.
Hey, are we done deliberating? Did you have a question? Sorry. Marshall.
How, within the authorizations of the Music Academy, do they have a liquor license, or are they planning that at weddings and other significant life events, they can serve alcohol?
We only work with caterers that have liquor license. So that's, we don't have a liquor license. Anybody we bring on that works the events has a liquor license.
So you would be serving alcohol?
We currently can serve alcohol at our events
Thank you.
with caterers that have liquor license.
Before I entertain a motion, Jeff, you have something to say?
Chair Palici and Commissioners. So staff drafted the language on the board
Yes.
That was provided by Commissioner Kubiak.
Mhm.
Staff can indicate, or I'll just say it, this will be added to the project description. This project description is condition of approval number 1. So this language will be added to the project description. Before we move on a motion, we would ask or recommend that the chair ask the applicant team if they agree to have this added to their project description.
Yes. Okay, I think we're done here. So, come on up. Are you good with this?
We agree to these. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now, do we need to see is this going to be numbered behind the first one, I guess, and we need to see it on the same page or anything, right? We're good?
So Chair, this will be added to the project description. Staff will be working on where that'll be added to the project description. If the commission would like to see the full wording, it'll take another break.
No.
Otherwise, otherwise, this wording will be added to the project description.
We just had it the last item, but we don't have it this time. It's fine with me. Okay, back to Marshall. I think you had something you wanted to say.
Yes, I was wanting to make a motion to approve the findings here with the addition that was drafted by staff and Commissioner Kubiak.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just for the record, for the motion maker, we understand that you move staff's recommendations with the revisions as shown today.
Okay.
That's a better phrasing. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
All right.
That's my motion.
And
I moved to accept the staff recommendations with the amendment provided by Commissioner Kubiak.
okay, is Commissioner Kubiak, did you second? Did I hear that? Okay, so shall we take a vote?
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiec,
Aye.
Commissioner Stahl.
No.
Chair Palici,
Yes.
motion passes 3-1.
Okay, with no further ado, I want to thank the staff. Mr. Connor, Mr. Tuttle did a great job, and the sidekick there that gets usually the credit. I got to give it to your two partners there.
Mr. Seawards, thanks.
All right. And nice presentation, and this table here, of course, the honored table right here. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, before we run off, we do have one more item of business.
We do.
Yeah,
A learning session conference.
we're going to
Okay.
agendize that one.
Okay, thank you.
So the last item of business today is to cancel the April 19th hearing.
Oh,
So if we could get a motion in a second.
okay. All right. can I-
That the reason for the cancellation, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, was that was a conflict with the budget workshops.
And we're canceling that meeting, and the next meeting would be on May 15th, or what date is that? We should probably have that in there. The replacement date. 7.
So that would be we'll cancel the 19th and just reconvene at our regularly scheduled meeting on the
17th.
May 17th.
Okay. All right. We need
I will make a motion to cancel the April 19th meeting.
I think Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Kupiak made that motion and.
Oh, you did. Oh, and I'm seconding it.
Okay. So one more time, how about a roll call?
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiak,
Aye.
Commissioner Stahl,
Aye.
Chair Palice.
We got a positive out of you. Great. Aye. Thanks a lot. Yes, and we didn't serve anything.